أصحاب السمو أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, peace be upon you.
صباح الخير.
Good morning.
أهلا بكم في اليوم الثاني.
Welcome in the second and the last day of the Arab-Chinese Business Conference in its 10th edition, coming as the biggest economical Chinese-Arab gathering of investment and business. As indicated by the Minister, His Excellency, the Minister of Investment, in his opening speech, this unique gathering comes as a golden opportunity to exchange the different economical, social relationships between the Arab states and China. Yesterday, we heard from a lead of speakers that discussed the most prominent cases of means of investment for prosperity and sustainable development. We've heard from the Arab states and China for the sake of cooperating for prosperity. We also had an individual session with His Excellency, the Minister of Energy, talking about a number of investments and partnerships with joint partnerships, that is, between China and Saudi Arabia, and the importance of cooperation between the two countries. And also, he delved into the topics of how the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia diversifies its investment between the West and East. Regarding today's agenda, I would say also it will be filled with interesting sessions that should make a difference in the concepts of investment, cooperation, and to move forward for prosperity for all. And we will witness some surprises today, so please stay with us. And now we start our first session for this morning that will shed the light on the importance of the mining sector. And as the Arab states and China are partners by nature, the session will talk about stories of successes of this partnership. So welcome the moderator of this session, Mr. Timuchin Inchin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can all hear us all right. It's a very important day to be here with a very senior panel of speakers. My name is Timuchin Engin. I am the cross-practice coordinator for the region at S&P Global Ratings, and I have the honor of moderating today's session. We will discuss mining, we will discuss metals and mining industry in large, key initiatives that are being deployed in this place. But more importantly, we will also discuss how our nations in this part of the world can cooperate with their counterparts in China to capitalize or explore opportunities to further develop our industries, further help us diversify us from hydrocarbon resources. Before we start the discussion, it's definitely a very interesting time for us in this part of the world. When you look at the global picture, significant headwinds, you see slowdown in parts of the economy, you see volatility in capital markets, geopolitical risks are on play. But when we come back to the region, obviously we are not isolated. But let's look at closer to this part, some of the nations, and Saudi Arabia is a very good example of that. When you look at the mood on the ground, you see a lot of excitement. You see a lot of activity. You see governments proactively identifying their key industries to develop them, to diversify from hydrocarbon. And not only they do that, they are also further opening these investments, these industries to institutional investors to accelerate the development. And in addition to all these developments at the industry level, over the past few years, we have seen a lot of capital market initiatives in the neighboring countries, starting with the Saudi Aramco IPO as well as other GRE IPOs. And the idea there is not necessarily asset monetizations, but is to bring institutional investors to our market. So all of this combined, I would say, has created a lot of visibility for our region over the past few years. And while all of these are happening, the relationship between our nations and China continues to evolve. We are seeing more volumes of trade, more investments, and some quite key strategic transactions, such as the most recent Aramco deals. And we are all excited to see that. As a final component to that picture, global energy transition is at play. It creates challenges for everyone as well as our opportunity, but we will discuss, arguably, it creates opportunities for us to navigate through this while partnering with our key partners, including China. So without further ado, I would like to introduce my panelists to you. They are not only industry leaders or political leaders, they are also very important thought leaders in this place. First of all, His Excellency Abdullah bin Adel Fakhrul, Minister of Commerce and Industry in Bahrain. We are also joined by His Excellency Engineer Osama bin Abdulaziz Al Zamil, Deputy Minister for Industry and Mineral Resources in Saudi Arabia. We have Mr. Ali Al Bakali, CEO of Alba in Bahrain. Then we have our Chinese visitors, Mr. Zhu, Chairman of Bao Steel. We also have Mr. Khalid Noud, he is the CEO of Taka in Saudi Arabia. We are also joined by Dr. Liu Yunan. He is the Vice Chairman of Fangda in China. And finally, another visitor from our region, Mr. Ahmed Al-Suwaidi, founder and CEO of Al-Suwaidi Electric. Welcome, everyone. Without further ado, maybe allow me to start with you, Excellency. Bahrain has always been at the forefront of developing its metals and industries, mining sector. In fact, over the past few decades, you undertook a lot of initiatives, particularly in the aluminum space. It is an important item of revenue for you. Given all the activity happening in the region, could you talk to us about the outlook for the sector, for aluminum, in Bahrain and in the larger region, and also for Alba?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, firstly, for the introduction. I wanted to start by thanking the Ministry of Investment for organizing such really an excellent event. Over the past couple of days, we have seen some of the developments going on in the region, and particularly the ones in Saudi. It makes us immensely proud to see the progress and pace of change in the kingdom. And I think it's important that we recognize and support positive change. Moving on to Alba, as you mentioned, Bahrain, in 1968, the leadership of Bahrain decided to build the first aluminum smelter in the region. 1968 was the year it was established. So 55 years ago, the main purpose of that was to diversify our economy away from our heavy dependence on the oil and gas industry. So this is, a very long time ago. Today Alba is the biggest smelter in the world outside of China. The production is above 1.6 million metric tons per year. Alba today contributes, the aluminium as a whole contributes almost 13% to the overall GDP of Bahrain. So obviously, this is important and of growing importance to our economy. So we're trying to leverage and grow that. Today, our target of moving away from dependence of oil has been achieved, and oil and gas is no longer our number one contributor to GDP. Versus about 20 years ago, it made up 40% of GDP. Today, it makes up less than 20%. So, these are, major changes. As part of our industrial strategy, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, we have some target sectors which we look to attract investment in. An important one, or two of the important ones, are downstream aluminium and renewables. So the government is giving incentives as well as for companies investing in downstream aluminium, as well as building an industrial downstream aluminium industrial park in Bahrain. So there's a lot of initiatives going into that.
Thank you very much, sir. And when you are looking at all these investments, when you are looking at creating additional value from that value chain, do you see potential partnerships, for example, with our counterparts in China, Chinese firms, given their significant experience in this field?
Absolutely. I think, China is a leader, global leader in manufacturing, advanced technologies. So definitely there are many opportunities to collaborate with Bahrain. We allow also 100% foreign ownership in particular sectors. So, and of course, we're open to other forms of structures, such as joint ventures and so on. But really, China is a very important player in our future industrial strategy. I personally have 2 visits this year to China, so it shows how important China is to us. And as His Excellency, the Minister of Investment, said in his opening statement, it's important for us to complement each other as Arab nations and China, to complete each other's supply chain. So this is really what we seek to do with China.
Thank you very much for these insights, sir. Now, I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, Deputy Minister. Sir, I think given everything Saudi Arabia has been doing over the past few years, I cannot imagine any investor conference in the region where we don't talk about the Vision 2030. Mining is obviously an important element of that. Industrial development is an important development element of that. And your ministry has been very active on that front. To quote a few initiatives on the mining space, the surveys conducted in Arabian Shield area, the revamp of the mining investment law, increased issuances of licenses in this space. Having you here, it would be very valuable for us to understand, not only for the mining, but what is your strategy concerning the whole national industry development program? Thank you, sir.
شكرا تيموجين.
Thank you, Mr. Timujin. Honestly, I would like to first thank the organizer and His Excellency the Minister Khalid Al-Farih and the Ministry of Investment for this outstanding organization of this conference. And truly, this conference, this event is considered a global event. So I welcome all our colleagues from the Arab states and our partners and our friends from China in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And yesterday was a full day that included many sessions and many speeches, as we've heard from leaderships, pioneering leadership from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, some of the Arab states, and China. To answer your question, Mr. Timujin, regarding the mineral resources in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we see that the mineral resources are considered the 3rd pillar of industry in the kingdom, or the industrial sector in the kingdom. The first pillar is the oil and gas, hydrocarbon, second petrochemicals, and third comes mining. Since the establishment of the Ministry of Industry in 2012, there was a focus on how to further develop our mineral resources sector as far as the legislations and the regulations, and also to prepare the outstanding opportunities for investors in this sector. And based on this fact, We started our geological survey of the Arabian Shield in partnership with the
الجيولوجية الصينية
Chinese Geological Survey Association to conduct this wide-range survey, geological survey, to determine the mineral resources viability projects in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that incentivized many investors to enter into this mining field in Saudi Arabia, and this was presented in two conferences. The first conference was in the conference of the future of mining, and the second conference was held at the beginning of this year regarding the future of mining in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and on a global level to ensure that we achieve cohesion between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Middle East region and Middle Asia in the mining industry. And based on this fact, the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, through its strategy, worked on three main axes: is to incentivize growth in mining industry sector by building the capacity of the local content and the exports, and secondly, to improve and enhance the investment environment, and third, to re-emphasize on the points of reference in the sector. Up to the year 2020, there was an inclusive strategy of mining that was implemented on the ground, and it was implemented in more than one axis, as I stated previously, regarding the geological surveys and to determine the different investment opportunities in the mining sector. And also in the year 2022, we launched the National Strategy of Industry, launched by His Highness the Crown Prince, and indeed that's a melting pot of all the efforts of the Ministry of Industry since 2019, and it was based on a major pillars to build a resilient and sustainable industrial future. Secondly, to prepare for an international hub of industry that is compatible with the demand in the region, and also to achieve the goals of pioneering and leading this sector in industries such as the mineral sectors, the petrochemicals, and the oil and gas industry, in addition to energy in general. From that point, in the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, that includes the industrial cities, the Royal Commission of Jubail and Yumber, the Industrial Development Fund, the Bank of Export and Import, and the National Center of the Development of Industry, and the Saudi Geological Survey Center. We worked on creating of the cohesion program to achieve the objectives of our industry. And the objective is to build a strong and resilient industrial sector to achieve the pioneering objectives to lead in this field globally. Of course, we have a roadmap which is deemed inclusive to ensure that we fulfill these objectives to expedite the process of developing this sector in the kingdom. The kingdom now is focusing on 118 industrial projects, mainly focusing on the industrial and mineral resources as part of the 118 commodities that the industrial strategy focused on and targeted 12 sectors: equipments and devices, automotive, aeroplanes, military sector, maritime sector, pharmaceuticals, medical devices, chemicals, renewable energy, industrial manufacturing. All are objectives targeted by the National Strategy of Industry that is compatible with the inclusive strategy of industry, and through other two strategies such as the localization strategy and the the local exportation strategy. The headlines under which we work with in this sector is the industrial cohesion, and this is the main theme that the kingdom is building in partnership with the between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Arab states and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and China. First, the Arabian-Saudi industrial cohesion, the Chinese-Saudi cohesion, and also the Chinese-Saudi cohesion initiatives. There are three main paths. The first path is the integration in legislations, integration in value chains, and integration in industrialization and advanced manufacturing. For each of these axes, there are more details that we continue to work on since the leadership of the kingdom in the last GCC meetings. And based on this fact, we will continue as the kingdom will launch the Arab Summit to ensure that we achieve integration with the Arab states. And we visited Egypt recently to build these bridges of communication to ensure that we achieve this Arabian-Saudi integration. Since the visit of the Chinese president last year to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we started to work on creating the Saudi-Chinese integration in many levels and many sectors, and that truly all goes into the objectives of the Kingdom in 2030 to ensure that we achieve this integration on more than one level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, Your Excellency, for all these insights. I think now that we are talking about all these potential partnerships, the goodwill from both sides of the government, maybe it's quite interesting to highlight one major announcement we have seen over the past few weeks, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Zhu, the chairman of Bao Steel, and I'm hoping he will be able to talk to us about the announcement they have had with PIF and Aramco in terms of installing a major capacity steel plant here. The floor is yours, sirs.
主持人好，各位嘉宾好，非常荣幸啊，受邀。
Good morning, everybody. I'm very honored to be invited here to attend this business meeting. With this opportunity, I would introduce our company to you. Bao Steel is the biggest daughter company in the Chinese steel industry, and our capacity is 133 million tons. And our fund is over $50 million. And then we have many sectors for the downstream services. For example, the steels for automobiles, for the family use, energy, and also the other sectors. And then they are all in demand of this high-quality steel. And our monitor also said that our investment in Saudi Arabia this year, 1st May, we already signed the agreement with two Saudi Arabian companies. And then in Nasir, special economic zone, we want to build the first low carbon green factory there. And then the capacity is over 500 tons. And why? Because we think this project is under the initiative of the Build and Road Initiative, and then also the cooperation between China and Saudi Arabia. This is a perfect cooperating point, because Saudi Arabia is facing the economic diversification and transition, so that provides us a lot of opportunities. And second, our investment in Saudi Arabia also fits to the trend in this low-carbon global situation. And then technically speaking, the Bao Steel, we use the newest technology and management method. Our special techniques can reduce the carbon emission by 50% than the old technology. And in future, we will also have a green hydrogen and green power and also forest building projects. And then this project, the aim is for zero carbon emission. And the third reason is also for the Ball Steel's international strategy. We have clients all over the world. And before we have this global supply, and right now we want supply globally, we want to face more clients also in Saudi Arabia. Of course, we believe that under the strong support of the Saudi Arabian and then BFF and then the Saudi Army company, and then we will move the economic development and employment and also the optimization of supply chain in Saudi Arabia and Middle East to bring this more fruit and contribution to these areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent insights, sir. Just to summarize, I have a feeling one of
非常感谢。
might have had difficulties with the translation. They see significant opportunities in the region. They obviously view the involvement of the government as a very important support, particularly when they went through the transaction. They have seen significant goodwill and support from the Saudi government. And looking forward, they see visible investment opportunities in the region as well. Maybe from this, I will come back to you, Mr. Bakali. We started with aluminum. It's obviously a very important source of revenue and exports. But at the same time, for your sector, sustainability is a very relevant theme. Decarbonization, where industries are revisiting their carbon levels. And this focus is even becoming more intensive in line with developing regulations in EU, such as CBAM. I know you have quite a few initiatives in this place. Could you talk to us about how you are navigating through this and what type of partnerships do you see with international players, particularly our Chinese counterparts, given their major experience in this area?
Thank you for these questions, very important questions. And I would like, first of all, to thank the organizer for inviting me for this high-level panel, which will give my insight on aluminum industry. As you said, that aluminum industry is very energy intensive, and we have many challenges, especially in the ESG, how to decarbonize our operations. Based on COP26, His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, he committed toward having zero net carbon by 2060 for Bahrain. And from that time, we as a company, in coordination with the government, we developed our roadmap towards zero net carbon by 2060. And we have to give a transition time for 2035 to give a reduction of around 30% of the carbon intensity. If you look at aluminum industry, anybody using hydropower, for example, he will emit around 4 tons of carbon per metric ton of aluminum. We are in the GCC, and anybody using natural gas, he is emitting or producing around 8 tons of carbon per metric ton of aluminum. But anybody use coal, which is very carbon emitted, it's creating or producing around 9 to 25 tons of carbon, which is a huge amount of carbon generated by coal producers. However, as per ASI, Aluminum Steward Initiatives, anybody using gas as a source of power is considered as a green because they limit the carbon to basis of 8 tons of metric ton of aluminum. However, lately, for the last maybe 2 years, we have a big challenge from the European community that they are going to impose the CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. And actually, the regulators is already in place from last month, May. They introduced these regulations, and they enforce any producers in the commodities like aluminum, steel, fertilizers, iron. From 1st October this year, they have to disclose and announce the carbon intensity with their products. And this, it will be a trial for almost 1 year, till end of January 2024. Everybody has to report this. Then the regulation will be enforced by 2026. Still, there is no threshold on how much will be the carbon target. However, we feel, as an aluminum industry, it will be very difficult to reduce the carbon of our operations without having a renewable energy. You know, aluminum is producing high intensive energy, and Bahrain government, I think also there is a proposal or proposal on the table with the Kingdom of Saudi to have a solar farm between both countries. It will be built, for example, in Saudi Arabia, and it will be imported to Bahrain. Because as you know that Bahrain is a small country, and if I want to operate, for example, Alba in the solar or renewable energy, I have to cover all Bahrain in order to get the required energy. So I think the typical solution for us is to have a joint venture with our neighbor country, our brothers, in order to have renewable energy from their sides.
Thanks a lot for this. And within that context, I think the natural follow-up to that question is, do you see opportunities with Chinese producers? Obviously, particularly on the solar side, we are talking about Chinese companies, other integrated solutions. We are also looking at Chinese operators.
We have a business with Chinese from a long time ago. If anybody knows that, before, if you are dealing with China, there will be a red flag there, because everybody afraid how to deal with the Chinese and this. But for the last maybe 10 years, the Chinese business become more mature with the Arab countries, especially with Bahrain. We have many reliable suppliers. Most of our alloys materials like silicon, magnesium, titaniums, these are all imported from China. And China, they are dominating the market on these things. Even for the aluminum industry, if you know that, the total production of the world is around 69 million tons. 60% of the total productions is come from China, which means any surplus or shortage in the market, it will affect the market directly. The GCC also, it will be like a second hub of aluminum producers. All the GCC smelters, including Egypt, we have 6 smelters in the Arab countries, 5 in the GCC, 1 in Egypt, and the one who is producing in the GCC, we are around above 6.3 million tons, which is representing almost more than 10% of the total production of the world.
It's very impressive.
But if we exclude China, we are dominating almost 22% or 23% of the total production. But the focus on the aluminum sector in the GCC, it's I think, the futures. In terms of cooperation with Chinese, yes, toward our journey for decarbonization, I feel that China will be a good partner for us because they are expert in many technologies like carbon captures, like the solar, as you said. Even what the chairman of the company said that they have the green hydrogens, because these are the future's energies in order to go forward with the zero carbon by our plan. We just, before 2 years, we signed MOU with one of the Chinese company called HJJ, is to build a refinery, a plant in the regions. And there is a joint venture. It will be between us and them, and their target area will be in the GCC countries. They are selecting Saudi Arabia as a target place, and the second place they are targeting UAE and Indonesia. And we have MOU with them. If there is any project coming soon with these three countries, ALBA will be a joint venture with HJJ. In terms of the solar, yes, we already place very many projects solar for around 6 megawatts, just to show our customers and our suppliers, as ALBA, we are very serious to decarbonize our operations. However, we are intent in the coming few months to issue an open tender, and we are going to invite all the world, including the Chinese companies, to participate in our solar tenders, because we want to get a renewable energy from the market. And it will be a good opportunity for all, including the Chinese company, to come to Bahrain to build and operate that solar farms capacity.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for these insights. And we actually see the expansion of renewable capacity across the entire region. Saudi Arabia also has major ambitions in this space, and it's quite exciting to see that all these developments, our region starting to lead the world, in our part of the world, in the energy transition. Maybe once when we are talking about the larger energy sector, now I will leave the floor to you, Mr. Nuf. TAQA itself, it defines itself as an enabler for energy in the region. You have been working across the entire spectrum of the value chain. You always emphasize on innovation. You also monitor the developments in the larger metals and mining place very closely. How do you see the picture?
Excellent. Thank you for inviting me first to this esteemed panel. And very special thanks to the Ministry of Investment and His Excellency, Engineer Khalid Al-Faleh, for putting this amazing forum together. It's an excellent way for us to meet our current and future partners, as well as our brothers from other Arab nations. So thank you for this invite. First, I'd like to elaborate a little bit further on what you've mentioned about the slogan of TAQA, which is developed in 2019 and it's actually registered today under the company, that we are the enablers of energy. And what do we mean by being enabler is that we do not deliver energy to the end user. We enable those that actually produce energy to the world. And energy does not only sit at the oil and gas, but it's the energy spectrum as a whole, being renewable energy or being oil and gas or fossil fuel. So this is something that is extremely important for any successful organization, because in order for you to really achieve where you want to achieve, you have to have a very clear vision and a very clear direction of where you want to go and how you want to do that. So this was basically how we established us being an enabler. And being an enabler sometimes is even harder than just being a producer, because you have to be in lots of places and lots of spaces in different times and different commercial models and different relationships. We really add that value and enable the industry to move forward. So back into being an enabler, part of our strategy or our pillars of our strategy is transition to a sustainable future. Which is very important because today, as decarbonization and as the world is moving further into exploring greener and cleaner energy sources, we decided that we have to start focusing into that particular element. So 2-3 months ago, we announced the TAQA Geothermal, which is a joint venture with one of our partners from Reykjavik in Iceland, that will be able to explore geothermal resources here in the kingdom and in the Middle East region. We believe that the Red Sea, with its tectonic movements, have a lot of potential for geothermal resource, which is a very clean energy that hasn't been explored in the past. We're working with some partners on underground carbon sequestration. And as we say that we're the enablers of energy, we started thinking about what else we can do to enable that transition to the electrified economy and how we can really explore that further. So we decided, or we're in the process of finalizing the strategy where we will start exploring for minerals in the kingdom and in the region. Because today there is huge requirements and huge potential for lithium, nickel, chrome, minerals that is required for to really spur the electrified economy. And therefore we will start exploring that front. One of our subsidiaries is the Arabian Geophysical and Surveying Company. It's been in the business of surveying the subsurface for more than 55 years, have a track record in the whole region of running seismic surveys and providing geomodeling answers to our customers. And this is where we want to explore the possibility of use that technology, use that know-how in illuminating the subsurface into the mineral and the mining exploration, which is, as Engineer Zamil mentioned, it has a huge potential in the region, and in Saudi Arabia in particularly, it is the ambitious that we have is that it's going to be the third source of income for the kingdom, and we believe that if we really focused our effort and migrate the knowledge that we have had in the past 55 years exploring oil and gas in the region, to explore minerals and focus on that space, I think it will be very, very successful.
Thank you very much for this introduction. And I think, as always, the natural follow-up to that question is you also have partnerships across the world, from Canada to Asia, significant years of experience in large parts of the sector. Could you talk to us about your experience with Chinese operators? I understand you also have an interesting company coming out of China. How do you view the opportunities there?
Absolutely. So again, going back to our heritage and our legacy that we have had over the years. So TAQA started as a company that manages partnerships, manages joint ventures. As I've mentioned, we have had joint ventures with very successful joint ventures with more than 55 years of sustainable value creation. So in 2019, we decided to extend that into China. So we actually acquired 25% of a chemical production company, chemical technology company. It's called OPT, it's based in Beijing. It was listed in the Beijing Stock Exchange. Obviously, when we acquired the 25%, the company had to be delisted for obvious reasons. And then the beauty of the arrangement we did with our Chinese partner is that we agreed with them that 50% of the investment that TAQA is going to put in the company will be re-injected back in the kingdom. So I am happy to announce that actually just last week, we inaugurated the first chemical blending and manufacturing plant in Saudi Arabia in the Eastern Province that specialized in stimulation chemicals with our Chinese partners in Beijing, a company called OPT, and it's just been inaugurated last week. Obviously, as I've mentioned, the potential for mining and minerals in the kingdom, China has a very strong potential and a strong position in the mining industry in the world. You know, there's more than 40,000 mines in China. There's, as we speak now, there's more than 1,500 mining projects going on. China is the biggest consumer of lithium in the world. They are the biggest producers of nickel, cobalt, molybdenum. So they have a very, very strong market and a very, very strong know-how into the mining industry, and especially the exploration and production of the mining industry. And what our ambition is from this particular forum, from this particular conference, is to partner with one strong Chinese mining company. Actually, I have a meeting after this conference, after this panel, immediately with one of the biggest, inshallah, Chinese company that I hope will be able to expand our partnership into that space and possibly announce a good partnership that will add value to the exploration and production agenda of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully this conference will further drive the motivation for more transactions. Talking about partnerships, I would like to leave the floor to Dr. Liu. Given the evolution of the Chinese-Arab relationships and all the infrastructure investments that are taking place in this part of the world, and your particular position as a quite important entity in your sector, how do you see the opportunities here?
Okay. 非常感谢大家，我是来自于
Thank you very much. I'm from the Fangda, China. My name is Liu Yinan. First, I want to introduce Fangda, this company. Fangda is the biggest, one of the biggest private sectors, and then we have a range of products which covering the aviation and then medical care and then other sectors. We have 13,000 employees around the world. We achieved a lot in all of the sectors, and then we have the carbon element, the biggest carbon element technology, and then for new energy, and then electrics, and also the chips, this industry, and then for steel and medical care sectors, we are also very competitive, and then we are also in the leading position in the Haihang, the China aviation company, which has 800 fleet, and then more than 2,000 flights around the world, and then over 120 million passengers will be transported over a year, and then it's also a part of Founder Group right now. And then now we see a lot of opportunities with Saudi Arabia. And this trip, I noticed that, especially from yesterday, in the last 20 years, the economic and trade volume is over 22 times. And then the bilateral investment volume is also around $20 billion, and then we see that the transition, the cooperation transition is happening, and then for the manufacturing, culture, and energy, and then we see a lot of new opportunities is there. So both of our countries and then companies, we see these companies there. Personally, I see that Arabic countries is in the Middle East, and then they have rich natural resources and advantages in geological position with the convenience to transport people and goods. And then there is a 500 million consumer market, so we see a lot of potential here. So the industrialization and upgrading in Saudi Arabia is very potential among the Arabic countries. That's why in the last few years, and we see that the cooperation in investment between China and Saudi Arabia is intensifying, and China is speeding up its investment in Saudi Arabia. And then we also welcome the fund from Saudi Arabia to China to join into the Chinese development. And then we see that there's upgrading of cooperation and industrialization. In the last 30 years, we see China has not only economic growth, but also for the industrial system upgrade and all the other systems, and then for processing industry and manufacturing, and then all the whole system of development. We all see that. And for the President Xi also said that the natural resources, the mountains, the rivers are the best resources for a country's economy. And we are also working very hard and to applicate the technologies in environmental protection. And then we also talk about the mission and the solution topic. And in China, we have very best solutions for this topic. And doesn't matter it's big companies or small companies, we have leading positions around the world. For example, Founder Group and also the Bao Steel Company, we have a lot of advancement in this part. And then the emissions are already limited, and the consumption of energy from our companies are all renewable energies. So this is also bring a lot of competition and development for our sustainability. And then our company and also the Arabic companies, we see a lot of new industrial corporations. It's not only technology, but also about leading technology corporation and new energy corporation. And then we we are still going to the direction of the Belt and Road Initiative. We want to expand the cooperation in Arabic countries and also Saudi Arabians, of course. And then for the monitoring authorities in the aviation industry in China, and we also want to discover and then build more flights lines into Arabic countries. And then after this summit, we are talking about the flight between China and Saudi Arabia. And then we are already planning for this discussion, and I hope we will see the direct flight between China and Saudi Arabia. And then so we can provide a better traveling experience in Saudi Arabia, and welcome everybody to take the Haihang Aviation Company's flight to China, and also from China to Arabia to do business in trade and tourism. And also for aviation industry, we see a lot of opportunities like training, education, and services. And of course, we have a lot of partners. Everybody have a very bright, promising expectation in future. And this time, we also talk about the local cooperation partners here to see the industrial projects to better serve the Saudi Arabian and Arabic countries in the areas of steel and infrastructure and the minerals. And then also for the mining direction, and under Fangda group, we also have the biggest heavy industry and manufacturing department. And then we had already actively explored many market chances for the fining and then processing. And I think this part we can provide a better infrastructure support for this part in Saudi Arabia and Arabic countries. And then we can also guarantee the quality for that. And then, for example, in Indian and South Arabian, we have 15 kilometers transporting system. We can transport 5,000 tons per hour. So more important is that Fangda Group is insisting of the policies that a win-win position should be meaningful for the government, for the company, and also for our employees. That's why we want to carry on more about localization work. It's not only about the manufacturing, but also technology research and development, and then also market upgrading to better serve the local economy, to win better advantages in profit and competence in the localization.
I'm sure there are a lot more insights we could discuss. But in the interest of time, first I would like to thank Mr. Swidi for his patience. We kept him as the last speaker. You started the sector in a local segment of the cables. You then transformed it to a major company in your sector. Given all the activity we are seeing in our region, could you talk to us about the opportunities you see on your side before we wrap up our session?
Yes, thank you much for giving me this opportunity. First, I would just thank the Minister of Investment for this opportunity, really, and for inviting us to Saudi. First, I want to just say that we have been in Saudi almost since 2006. We have investors here in some factories, cables, and other things. We are really honored to be here. We see great change the last 3 years, great change. The way they think, the quality of the people, the education, the willingness, how they want really to change the country, how to attract investors. And we are really willing to invest a lot in Saudi, mainly, and other things, mainly the industry. We are now building investments in copper plants. Over 150,000 tons will be operating by the end of this year. The same thing for aluminium plants, around 50,000 tons, expanding a lot of other industries. On the power sector, we are cooperating with Saudi in bidding for some power stations. We see really a lot of things happening in the country, and would love to be part of this growing, especially that we will work here as a local company, not just come and investing, no. We'll be part of the country. And the thing which is really we see it a big change, the quality of the education of the Saudis, which is really a thing, you know, now there is pushing a lot on how to make Saudis working in the companies, in the investments. But this is on our benefit, because really they have a lot of calibers, a lot of knowledge, which just will add to the investments, which is one of our main parts in our company, is also that we focus on education. We're one of the biggest education in Egypt and in the region, so we'd love to work on this. Sorry, I did not hear your question at the beginning.
I think you already answered you provided us your views on how do you see the outlook for the sector, how do you see the change in the culture, how easy it's becoming to operate in this part of the world. And I'm assuming in that sense, we can conclude our discussion if anyone doesn't have any concluding remarks. What I want to say is, just to briefly summarize, I see everyone around the table very excited about the opportunities here, about the partnership ideas, and it's not only limited to financing, manufacturing, exploratory sites, across the whole value chain. And I'm sure this conference will trigger further interactions between our nations and China. And I would like to thank the Ministry of Investments to host us here today. For me personally, it has been an humbling experience to be in front of so many leaders. And I would like to thank my speakers. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Timuchin and Jean, and many thanks to your esteemed guests as well. No problem, Your Excellency. Take your time. Ladies and gentlemen, so we heard a really thorough session. جلسة حوارية ثرية ودسمة كانت تتحدث عن الأهمية الحاسمة.
Which we spoke about the importance of the mining sector and other sectors in the field of investment. Now we'll talk in a session that might be less intense as far as the number of the members of the next session, in which the speakers will talk about the capital markets that finance the growth of the businesses in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and China, and the importance of capital in this field. The moderator will speak to their guests about the importance of financing and the growth of the capital markets regarding the investment sector in the Arab states and as well as China. Distinguished guests, welcome the moderator of this coming session, Mr. Archie San, and his guest, Nicholas Agotsin, مدير التنفيذي والمدير الإداري ل HT Hong Kong.
Good morning. Welcome to the
صباح الخير. أرحب بكم في هذه الجلسة الحوارية، وأين من هيئة الإذاعة الصينية السيد مترس.
I think many of you are very familiar with the exchanges, but let me give a brief introduction. Hong Kong Exchanges is one of the world's largest and most respected exchange groups. Their vision is to build the marketplace of the future and is supported by three strategic imperatives: connecting China to the world, connecting capital with opportunities, and connecting today with tomorrow. Mr. Kuzin, who is also known as Gucho, joined Hong Kong exchanges in 2021. Before that, he worked at JP Morgan for over 30 years. Welcome, Gucho.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
The first question I have is that when you see the increasing amount of capital flows between China, the West and the East, what are the opportunities that you are most excited about?
Yes, well, it's a very, very unique opportunity, especially when we think about the Middle East and how that can connect into what we see as a great development of the capital markets in China. And let me just give you a few examples of what the opportunities are. Starting with investors in this part of the world, in the Middle East, for example, that are looking to expand their horizon, diversify their investments. Well, as the world pivots towards Asia, it's a great opportunity to have a more active participation in that market. Today, if we just take, for example, the top 10 sovereign wealth funds in the Middle East, it's about $4 trillion of investment capital that they have available. That is going to grow to close to $10 trillion by 2030. And right now, a very small portion of that is invested actually in Asia, and in China in particular, around 1% to 2% is invested in China. As it goes to 10 trillion, we think that more than 10% will be invested. Somewhere between 10 and 20% will be invested in China. Think about what that means. That's between $1 and $2 trillion that will be reallocated in investments in that part of the world, which is like massive. So that creates a great opportunity, and it's something that a lot of people today in the audience probably are very focused in. At the same time, there's one of the biggest investment pools in the world that is available to invest in opportunities around the world, which is the Chinese domestic savings, both retail and institutional. Both of them are growing very, very quickly. That pool of savings so far has been very focused in opportunities just in China. Now, China being a trading partner and the main trading partner of over 140 economies around the world, that means that also the capital flows will start moving more like east and west. And we're going to see more of those capital flows from the mainland start coming out and going internationally. And actually, just like a couple of months ago, there was a very good initiative that was announced by the regulatory bodies in both the mainland and in Hong Kong, whereby domestic investors from the mainland will now, for the first time, be able to invest internationally as long as companies are based in Hong Kong, are listed in the Hong Kong market. And that creates an incredible opportunity for any company around the world to actually be able to tap on that investment base from the mainland that is very, very exciting. So when we think about this, it's like this two-way flow is all the capital that is being, starting to be deployed in various industries, looking at opportunities in Asia, and also all these tremendous companies from Asia that want to continue expanding internationally and looking at the Middle East. That's a great opportunity. And the Middle East is also a little bit of the same thing that Hong Kong is, a bit of a gateway connecting East and West. So there's a lot of commonalities in what we're doing.
I think one role you want to play is as a global super connector.
Right.
Can you talk a bit about how that impact your international cooperations and partnerships?
Yes, we want to connect with every region around the world, and a good example is in Saudi in particular, we signed an MOU with the Tadawul Exchange, whereby we're looking at areas that range from fintech to cross-listings to ESG, to see ways in which we can collaborate. The CEO of Tadawul visited Hong Kong with his team, and of course, this is my third visit to Riyadh in the last 9 months. So spent a lot of time here, and The point is to try to gain more knowledge and understanding from each other, from our markets, and how we can really put together a bridge that makes it really easy for investors to connect both of our markets. We are doing a similar thing with the rest of Asia. Today, we have a suite of about 40 products in partnership with MSCI, where we're connecting with a lot of the Asian countries. And what we want to be is to make sure that we can be a risk management center for all of Asia. And that's also very exciting. As you may know, we have opened over the last couple of months, 2-3 months, offices in several places, including one office in New York and another office in London. So it's part of our effort to make sure that the world understands all the opportunities that are in our markets and that we can connect with opportunities internationally, so that investor base from China can actually take advantage of the opportunities around the world.
Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate more on the MOU you signed in February here, and what kind of rationale, what's the rationale behind the MOU, and also what kind of opportunities are you exploring at this moment?
Yeah, as I just mentioned, the key rationale is to make sure that we can make it easier for market participants and stakeholders from both sides to actually connect, interact, get to know each other. And it's not just about listed companies and making sure that we align frameworks and things like that. It's also to make sure that from an investor point of view, from a market participant point of view, that they also have a very good understanding of the operating infrastructure in both markets, and they feel comfortable operating in both markets. That will probably lead to opportunities in structured products, ETFs, and various connectivity initiatives, so that both markets become much, much more connected.
That sounds like that Saudi companies are more likely to be listed in Hong Kong exchanges in the future. Is that right? At least you are creating a mechanism for that.
What we're trying to do is to make sure that companies on both sides can make it a little bit easier to access each other markets, not only companies, as I mentioned, also investors. The key attractiveness that I would say an international company has in terms of leveraging the opportunities that are provided by the Hong Kong market, I would try to summarize this as saying it's the only market in the world, where you can get the best investors from the global international markets and the best investment base from the domestic Chinese capital markets, including retail and institutional investors. Mm-hmm. There's no other market in the world that gives you access to that investor base. And that investor base actually is quite uncorrelated, which is positive. It's a positive thing. When things may be going very, very well on one side, the other side may have a different behavior. When rates are going up in the rest of the world, in China, rates are stable, if anything, going a little bit down. When IPO markets are struggling in many parts of the world, we look at IPO volume like year to date in international market, it's down 60%. In our markets in Hong Kong, it's up 33% in terms of number of IPOs. In terms of like the domestic onshore markets, they are actually doing fairly well. There's quite a bit of activity in that IPO market. So that investment base that is uncorrelated is really incredible for any company that is looking for substantial amounts of capital, because it provides access to very, very unique type of investors. This is something new, by the way. This was implemented just a few months ago. And so I do believe that this new initiative that was facilitated by the regulatory bodies of both Hong Kong and the mainland is a great opportunity for companies that want to finance that growth. I mean, part of our objective is to make sure that we can connect capital for opportunities, to make sure that companies can leverage the opportunities and help the real economy. And in the case of the Middle East, there's a focus on diversifying, a focus on growing certain sectors like technology, And those are markets that are very prime in our exchange.
I think that's great news for investors and the companies. I know that one of the 3 imperatives of Hong Kong Exchange is to connect China and the world. Can you talk a bit about how has Hong Kong Exchange been doing to enhance the capital flow and also help China connect with the world?
Yeah. Hong Kong has the unique advantage as well, talking about unique advantages, of being the most international city of China and the most Chinese city outside of the mainland. No other city in the world has those characteristics. So it's very uniquely placed to make those connections and that connectivity. Over the last few years, we established a connectivity program with the Shanghai Stock Exchange, with the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. So essentially, you can invest in a seamless way into the mainland markets by investing through Hong Kong. Similarly, domestic investors can invest through Shanghai Stock Exchange and Shenzhen Stock Exchange internationally through those exchanges, and they route that through Hong Kong. We started doing that with the cash market in a program that is called Stock Connect. We then evolved into the bond market through another connectivity initiative called Swap Connect. And then what we did is we started expanding that into other products like derivatives. And we launched a futures product called A50 Connect, which essentially allows international investors to do futures on an index representing an MSCI index representing 50 top companies of mainland. And then we also then evolved to doing ETFs, which is a great way for investors to participate in passive flows. And we launched in July of last year what's called ETF Connect, which creates a connectivity for ETF flows. And then just a couple of weeks ago, we announced something that is called Swap Connect, which goes into 2 ways. One, it's a way of connecting our fixed income markets and allowing international investors that are participating on the Chinese government bond market, the government bond markets are investing in bonds, just to hedge their interest rate exposures offshore. So taking advantage of the great liquidity onshore, they can do a transaction through HKEX and settle it with HKEX and participate in that onshore markets. We have also announced that we're launching very soon something that is futures product on government bonds, on Chinese government bonds internationally. So it will be another opportunity for international investors to participate in the government bond market. So just like many connectivity initiatives that links China and the world.
I think let's move on to talk a bit about the big picture. Can you talk a bit about what are the mega trends that are shaping the global exchange industry?
Yeah. So I will discuss that from the perspective of Hong Kong Exchange and China and the world. Clearly, one of the big things is trying to connect into this mega trend, which is like I called it the Big Bang of finance, what's happening in the financial markets onshore. Essentially, the domestic capital markets of China will grow from 30 trillion today. Domestic capital markets, that's debt capital market plus equity capital market. Today it's about 30 trillion US dollars. In the next 10 years, they will grow to over 100 trillion dollars. So it's like one of the biggest movement of capital in human history and creation of capital market value. So that is a mega trend that is very important to keep in mind and try to leverage and take advantage. The second one is all the technology revolution. Everyone is very focused on what's happening in technology. We adjusted our listing regimes in 2018, which facilitated the listing of over 260 companies in our markets that actually raised close to 1 trillion Hong Kong dollars of capital through IPOs of these new economy companies. And that includes also a segment which is biotechnology, healthcare, very, very important, and another mega trend, many investments going there. 213 companies actually raised money during this period in HKEX. And 113 companies raised around $260 billion in that market, which gives you a sense of the magnitude of the opportunity and the interest around healthcare, which is another mega trend to take into account. The other opportunities that are shaping the markets, and every exchange, of course, is looking at, is what's happening around virtual assets. And Hong Kong is launching a virtual asset regime in a very controlled manner, thoughtful manner. And then also what's happening around sustainability. Yeah. Sustainability is a very important initiative. Especially, we're having lots of discussions with Middle Eastern companies and exchanges and trying to see how we can connect our markets. In October of last year, we launched something that is called Core Climate, which is a voluntary carbon marketplace where companies from China and from other parts of the world can actually exchange their voluntary carbon credits and facilitate this green transition that we're growing through. So that's another mega trend that I think most exchanges have to keep an eye on, and it's been an important one for us.
Mm-hmm. I think the last question I have is, when we talk backstage, we are talking about how Hong Kong Exchange has changed its image from focusing on traditional companies to new economy. And right now there is a very large percentage of new economy companies choosing Hong Kong Exchange to be listed. What's the key to success for this transition? Because I think it's also very relevant to this market.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, I think it's a great point. I mean, Hong Kong is a great market for traditional companies, but over the last 4 or 5 years, since 2018, as I mentioned, 260 new economy companies came. It's like a vibrant ecosystem. You have to continue innovating. We became today the second largest fundraising hub for biotechnology companies, but then, just like a couple of months ago, you have to continue adjusting it. What's happening? There are a lot of new specialist technology companies that like to do space technology, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, food technology. A lot of those companies may not have revenues. They may not have the profitability to qualify for a regular main board exchange. However, we created and launched a chapter that is called Chapter 18C, that is specially focused on the companies of tomorrow. Those companies that are going to be mega caps in the future, that today may not have the revenue, the profitability, but they have great sponsors, great potential. They have raised some money in the private markets at interesting valuations. And that will need the capital markets to help continue growing. So this Chapter 18C, which is focused on specialist technologies, is going to be a great example of how we constantly look at our markets and try to adjust our regime to make sure that we can attract those companies of the future. So it's a long-winded answer to say that what you need to do is to constantly adjust your regime, but then you also have to make sure that you create the right ecosystem. It's not just about stocks, it's also about derivatives. Our derivatives market has been growing, I mean, from strength to strength. And building the related ecosystem, for example, ETFs, building structured products. Our ETF market has been growing at 50% every year over the last 2-3 years. And then you combine that with like index products. Hang Seng Tech Index has grown significantly since being launched just 2.5-3 years ago. And today it's a benchmark index for Hong Kong. So creating the right ecosystem, adjusting your listing rules so that you're trusted internationally, that will make sure that it attracts like the best companies of tomorrow.
I think that's all the time we have. Thank you so much for the sharing.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for everyone.
Many thanks to our moderator for this session and his esteemed guest, Mr. Nicolas Aguzin. Such a nice and lovely session, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed it. حضورنا الكريم، الجلسة التالية ستناقش وتسلط.
The next session will shed the light on the strategic importance of the region in the field of logistics services and the supply chain, in addition to the importance of the infrastructure. The specialists will speak in this session about the headlines of the state of recovery after the pandemic and the struggling economies during the pandemic. Also, will be an evaluation of opportunities and the wide range benefits to the initiative of the resilience of the supply chain between the Arab states and China. Also, evaluation of opportunities and the benefits of growth and the benefits of growth and cooperation with China through these investments. Hoping that you'll enjoy the next session, as it was the case during the past 2 days. I asked the moderator of this session, Mr. Mike Liu.
Very good morning. Welcome to Panel 6, Building Resilience in Logistics, Supply Chain and Infrastructure. An efficient supply chain is vital to the global economy. Making significant infrastructure investment, Arabic countries, China, and others excel in this field. This enhances their position, driving the economic growth and the competitiveness. I'm very excited to introduce distinguished speakers this morning for our panel discussion. First, let me start with Mr. Roy Masabi, Deputy Minister of Logistics, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Asabi leading multiple initiatives that are pivotal in positioning Saudi Arabia to be a global logistics hub as part of the National Transport Logistics Strategy. Next speaker is Khaladi Sadi, Chairperson Agility Kuwait. Agility is a global leader in supply chain services, infrastructure, and innovation, with 45,000 employees and a footprint in 6 continents. She has been designated one of the most powerful businesswomen in Middle East by Forbes magazine. The third speaker is Mr. Hossein Herba, President of General Authority for Investment and the Free Zone, Egypt. Very senior and experienced investment banker and direct investment professional with 30 years experience in leading region and international companies and organizations. The fourth speaker, Dr. Brian Gu, Vice Chairman and the President of Xiaopeng, a leading electronic vehicle in China. Prior to joining Xiaopeng 5 years ago, Dr. Gu worked at the JP Morgan Chase Holding position, like Managing Director and the Chairman of JP Morgan Chase Asia Pacific Investment Bank. Next speaker is Mr. Jason Liu, Commercial Vice President from China Hainan Airline Holding Corporations. 21 years experience in Laos development, network strategy, and commercial management. Last not least is Mr. Wan Shaofeng, the Chairman of China State Construction Engineering Corporation Middle East, and the CEO of China State Construction Engineering Corporation International Operations. Without any further ado, I'm the moderator, Mike Liu, Vice President and Senior Fellow at the Center for China and Globalization. So our esteemed speakers will share their respective experience as well as a vision for future transformation in the logistics, supply chain, and the infrastructure space. Given we only have 55 minutes for a session, I would suggest each speaker will share their perspective, idea, strategy, or practice within 5 minutes. If we have time, we will come back for a final closing statement to leave with the audience. So without any further ado, let me invite our first speaker to start the session.
Well, thank you, Mike. First of all, a very warm welcome to you, to the guests, and to the distinguished panelists. I am honored and humbled to be sitting down with you today, and we've had quite a lively discussion even before coming up on stage. Let me start by painting the picture of the vision and how it relates to logistics. In our Vision 2030, we are really stemming it on the intrinsic capabilities and advantages that Saudi and the region has. We talk about a youthful nation, highly educated, highly ambitious, capability of investment rather high, ambitious leadership with clear path and plan towards achieving its objectives that is open to the world and open to connecting to the far east, west, north, and south. But also on Mecca and Medina and being the Islamic center of the world and all that brings us opportunities and so on and so forth. And finally, and last but not least, is the location. Being close to really in the center of 3 continents, but really even regionally, if you have a closer look at it, we are surrounded by untapped potential. And we look at this as an opportunity. If you look to Iran to our east, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon to our north, Yemen in our south, and East Africa. On the west, really the potential of growth and significant economic growth is there, is surrounding us, which we look at as a massive opportunity for the growth of our country and the region as itself. So these are the intrinsic starting point where we build our strategy around. As you all know, we are diversifying the economy, so we look at the industrial sector, we look at tourism sector, we look at investment sector, but really logistics is an enabling factor to all of these. And here is where we established our national transportation and logistics strategy, and I'll talk briefly about it. So in terms of aviation, we have significant investments, as you have seen, in a dual hub strategy where Riyadh will have Riyadh Air, Jeddah will have Saudi Airlines, and both together will work in collaboration and coordination to reach more than 250 direct destinations. This is great for tourism, this is great for business, but also great for cargo and logistics as we use those bellies and fill them up. And you have seen the investments that are already made in purchasing significant number, 100 plus planes. This is the announced part, and there are a few other announcements coming as far as capability in that domain. But for all that fleet to really operate properly, there are significant infrastructure projects that are taking place in the 2 main airports, mainly in Jeddah and Dammam, Riyadh and Jeddah. So Riyadh will have the massive 5-runway airport that is up and coming, King Salman Airport, and Jeddah will receive an expansion in the passenger terminal side, but also really in the cargo side as well to complement that. So infrastructure projects there are quite big to complement the 2 airliners that we intend to have. This is as far as air side is concerned. If you look at sea, we have quite a significant number of seaports, both industrial and logistics, 15 ports. All are operating rather well. All 3 of them are in the top 20 globally as far as efficiency is concerned. Our focus there is not on capacity buildup because they have spare capacity, but more in the services and added value to them. So we're establishing free zones around them, and we have announced the Jizan free zone just close to East Africa, A lot of Chinese companies are establishing there, extracting raw material from Africa, manufacturing it in Jizan, and then exporting it to the rest of the world. And we have 4 other free zones that were announced to complement all of that. So really on the seaside, it's more on the services side, and also in ship manufacturing capabilities, and a lot of partnerships with the Far East and Korea, particularly in that domain, to complement also feeder vessels and really large vessels. For all of that to connect well, we have in the rail sector a massive project connecting east and west, the land bridge. It is a mainly Chinese-Saudi concession, connecting 5 seaports and 3 airports. This is phase 1. But really, this connects really nicely to the GCC rail, which is being planned as we speak. And the timeline of that rail keeps coming forward, not later. So we're connecting to Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait. So that's the GCC connection. And from there, really, we're tapping into Iraq. Iraq is in the middle of the east-west rail connectivity between the Far East and the Far West. So in summary, really, if you look at it from air side, sea side, or rail side, there are abundance of opportunities for investments there.
Thank you so much, Minister. I look at this Saudi strategy location as well as great infrastructure, make it as an ideal logistic hub, not only for GCC, but also for East-West, as well as for the entire world. Thank you so much for sharing. Next speaker, I would like to invite Hidati to share your perspective.
Thank you. First of all, allow me to thank the organizers for hosting us, and for my esteemed panelists. I'm honored to be here on stage with you. So let me talk about the private sector. Agility as a private sector and regional investor and global investor in supply chain services, logistics, and infrastructure. From our point of view, Saudi Arabia is leading and is at the center of a major transformation leading this region. It is literally pivoting and transforming the logistics landscape. From our perspective, you look at the government investments towards Vision 2030, it is one of the easiest markets to do business in this region. Agility issues an emerging market index every year and scans 50 of the emerging market countries. And Saudi Arabia, hands down, ranks at the top. It's in the top 5 in overall markets, top 5 in business fundamentals, and top 10 in digital readiness. From our perspective in the private sector, we've been in Saudi Arabia for more than 20 years. We've invested in logistics parks in over 1 million square meters of land, and we're going to continue to invest, and we've already committed $160 million investments in logistics parks going forward. So putting it simply, this is the market to be in. But if you let me take a slice of the logistics market and really focus in on e-commerce, and you look at Saudi Arabia, the level of e-commerce has grown quite astoundingly, from 4% to 10% of retail sales in 2020, and has much more room to grow. And it's setting up the infrastructure to do that. If you look at the customs compliance turnaround, with it speeding up and targeting to be under 2 hours, you look at the economic free zones, the logistics infrastructure, and all the investments taking place, this is the market to be in. And you couple that with the investments coming in from Chinese companies in cross-border e-commerce, retail, logistics, last-mile delivery. This is a perfect marriage, in our opinion, to enhance and build on this ecosystem. And what we see is private sector investments, even in digital supply chain and last-mile delivery. We see 2 core opportunities, which we think is phenomenal. First is on the level of employment, which is part of the national agenda. If you look at some of these companies have employed Saudi nationals in 60% of their operations. And second, in human capital building. You think about the level of expertise that can come to the market, and Saudi Arabia playing a key role in it in digital upskilling, training, and employment. So this we see as a perfect marriage from the private sector going forward.
Thank you so much. I look at this from a private sector, very bullish and enthusiastic about opportunity, as well as how to build a sustainability in terms of digital, as well as this human capital development. Thank you so much. Next speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Hossein Khabar to share your perspective.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you all, and I'm really glad to be in this beautiful city of Riyadh. And I would really thank the organizers and His Excellency, the Minister of Investments, for inviting us in this very important gathering, having the Arab Chinese businessmen under one roof discussing different opportunities. We have been experiencing this forums, or in a casual way more in Egypt, by integrating Arab investments and Chinese investments since a very long time. Our Chinese investors in Egypt has been closely contributing in our GDP growth for the past 10 years and above. We've been working with more than 2,000 Chinese companies in Egypt, and working in different areas, specifically in the logistics area. We do have a Chinese industrial park by the Suez Canal called TIDA, and it hosts more than 105 different factories with more than $2 billion of investment, in addition to other Chinese companies working in our infrastructure projects. And we do have China Construction with us, as well as Agility working with us. And also we do have China Harbor in several projects in Egypt. And we invite other companies to work in our very ambitious infrastructure projects. Egypt has been upgrading its infrastructure since 2014. We have built more than 9,000 kilometers across the country, and more yet to come by 2030, an additional 12,000 kilometers to be constructed. We're building, upgrading our traditional railway system, as well as building speed train and electric train, and the electric train is being built by Chinese companies. We're also upgrading our seaports. We have current 15 ports to be upgraded, and additional 5 will be in line under construction. And we're also upgrading all our industrial parks, which we do have more than 17 industrial parks spread out the country, as well as more than 220 free zone parks also spread out the country. An additional 15 industrial parks are underway, and all the infrastructure needed we invite the private sector to participate in. Egypt has been working very closely with its Arab friends and neighbors in joint investments in all aspects of the economy, with specific concentration in infrastructure and logistics. And we are considered to be one of the gateways to Africa, given the long-standing presence of the Egyptian companies in all of the African countries, as well as the free trade agreements that Egypt entered with all the African countries that allows free trade to be executed out of Egypt. Its youth, which constitutes more than 60% of its population, with education and skilled and unskilled labor, and very low-cost labor as well, in addition to the energy availability, gives it a good advantage to have a collaborative and integrated investments from all over the region, as well as with the Chinese companies, to enter the African market in a much easier and smooth way. We believe that the integration of investments between Arab nations and Egypt, as well as Chinese companies, can result in the better integration and better economic development for the whole region, and will have definitely positive impact between the south and north trades, given the Suez Canal presence, as well as the location of Egypt over two seas, the Red Sea and the Mediterranean, as well as the availability of the ship lines and Ro-Ro lines between Egypt and Europe, which ease in the trade between the region and Europe. I hope that the discussion will result in more and more integration, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I look at, we have heard lots of similar things as we see China has gone through the transformation. And I think that's very important to join hands to invite all the private sectors and to invite all the parties with a common interest in GCC and the East and West and build the whole region a better place. Thank you so much. Next speaker, I would like to invite Brian Gu, Vice Chairman from Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng is very famous leading electronic vehicle producer in China. Brian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mike. First of all, very happy to be here. This is my first time in Saudi Arabia, and I'm very excited to really connect with the people and the opportunities here. Given it's my first time, maybe I'll spend a little bit of time explain what Xiaopeng, but in the English media, we're called XPeng. XPeng Motor really stands for. We are one of the leading smart EV manufacturer in China. What's different about XPeng is that we actually focus on a number of, I would say, cutting-edge technology and the related opportunities. So, for example, the first opportunity we focus on is electrification. We are, one of the earlier EV, pure battery electric, EV company in China, and we saw the rise of, EV penetration, that accelerated in the last 3 to 4 years in China, but also obviously globally as well. So, for example, the EV penetration in China just 3 or 4 years ago is low single digit, but now it's over 25% of all auto sales in China is actually battery electric. That gives you a sense of the scale and growth that the EV industry is experiencing. But what's propelling that industry growth is actually not just technology, but also the government, but also consumer preferences. But more importantly is that people are now start to see electric vehicle as a normal daily driving tool rather than a niche product. So we think, the investment that we have, for example, into high voltage powertrain, we are actually one of the first in the world to come up with 800 voltage sort of chassis for electrification, will be one of the key factors to propel the further penetration of EV penetration, because it will allow the fastest charging, much more efficient drivetrain. So in the future, one of the key sort of the factors that really limited people's use of EV is charging and range anxiety will be alleviated by much faster charging speed. Our vehicle, for example, in China can charge up to 200 kilometers in 5 minutes. We have pretty much the world record in charging speed. So that's the first opportunity, is electrification. But we are more excited about the next opportunity is what we call the smartification, because we think, the electrification will change the energy consumption of vehicles, but really gonna drive people's behavior, but also really transform transportation is smart driving technologies. For example, in our current production vehicles, we already have very high degree of autonomous driving that's incorporated into the people's daily drivings. In Shanghai, in Guangzhou, in Shenzhen, our vehicles on the streets already able to navigate the busy traffic of city driving with very minimal human intervention. And we think the age of autonomous driving is actually not that far. We probably think in 5 to 10 years, the vehicles will become more and more autonomous, and that will really lead to even greater revolution in terms of transportation and also economic value chain as well. The third opportunities we focus on is different modality of transportation, because we don't think in the future the transportation is limited to a two-dimensional on-the-ground road, for example, automobile. We are investing heavily into other modalities. For example, we have a separate company that's in our ecosystem that builds flying vehicles that we think in probably in the next 3 to 5 years we'll see consumer buying vehicle that has ability to fly and really to take advantage of the low altitude economy, that's one of the, I think, future development we forecast. And bring all these back to, I think the topic today is, how to really build a sustainable, how to build a very secure supply chain logistics. I think for us is that, we, as a company, we have to be very nimble. We actually, because the EV, one of the key components for supply chain is battery. The fluctuation in raw material makes it critical that we get very close to our end customers, because along transportation logistics, right now actually is a big risk for pricing of our vehicles. So that's why one of the key components, key considerations for us is to really build a manufacturing and supply chain closer to our end market is. Currently, we are mostly in China, but we already start selling globally. We already have a presence in some of the European countries. We have actually plans to roll out selling of our EVs in the Middle Eastern region, Middle East, by the end of this year. So as the scale of these operations grow, we need to find a local solution for manufacturing, for supply chain, and for better logistics. So it's very exciting for me to be here, and hopefully this gives me an opportunity to connect with the people on the ground, and hopefully we'll find a win-win solutions to build a better market for our products.
Well, thank you so much, Brian. I look at that's very exciting. If I look at you are talking about flying vehicle. I look at we have business sector, government, private sector. Now with this new technology, really bring a new dimension to digital transformation. That's really happy to have you here. Next speaker, let me invite Jason. Jason Liu, Commercial Vice President from airline business. Jason, how do you see the transformation in the airline industry?
Okay, shukran, Mike. Thank you. My name is Jason. I'm from China Hainan Airlines. I'm the Commercial VP for the International Business Development. It's my great honor to be here, and also my first time in Riyadh. I feel very excited to be at the conference. Hainan Airlines is the fourth biggest airlines in China, and we are more likely focusing on international long-haul wide-body aircraft operation than other Chinese airlines. And actually in Beijing, we are number 2, except next to Air China in terms of the international routes operation. Besides, Hainan Airlines also covered the major secondary cities in China as well, like in Xi'an, in Chengdu, in Chongqing, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou. We also have the long-haul international operations as well. So in total, Hainan Airlines, we get more than 100 wide-body aircraft, mainly Airbus A330 and the Boeing 787. So before the pandemic, we have nearly 90 international routes covering North America, Europe, Australia, and Asia market. So Hainan Airlines, we are evaluated as 5-star airlines by Skytrax for more than 10 years consecutively. And we are also one of the top 10 airlines of best service in the world. So the DNA of Hainan Airlines international business development is to satisfy the needs of the regional collaboration. In the past 2 decades, we put a lot of practice on the regional, on the new emerging economic market. Like from Beijing to Budapest, which is our first long-haul operation, and Beijing to Belgrade, Beijing to Prague. We have all the 3 destinations by direct service between China and East Europe. We also have Beijing to Manchester, a direct service between China and North England. On China-Africa market, we have Beijing Cairo, Beijing Khartoum, and Beijing Luanda, which makes Hainan Airlines the #1 Chinese airlines between China and the African market. So, and our service between Beijing and Mexico City is the only non-stop service between China and Latin America by Chinese airlines. So together with Hainan Airlines, our group's related investment in logistics, in tourism, and aviation area, we contribute a lot to the economic communication between China and those regions. Like in Brussels, we have our own hotels after our Beijing-Brussels direct service. And in Turkey, we have a aircraft maintenance company, Medteknik, in Istanbul. In Sydney, we have a pilot training academy after our China-Sydney service. And in Africa, we have invested our local airlines in Ghana, serve the regional network between Ghana and the neighbor countries. In Turkey, we have also another cargo airlines. So Hainan Airlines, we are fully committed and capable for the Arabia-China collaboration. We are open to all Arab nations for your air connectivity needs. I think we could provide a customized and comprehensive solution, starting from the very beginning, like the strategic planning and the business case evaluation, to the final actual operations. So we will listen carefully, and we will act efficiently upon your request. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. I look at this very comprehensive, coverage as well as expertise in the global airline transportation logistics. Definitely give the region, the collaboration as a good boost to, for fascinating economic development. Thank you so much. Last but not least speaker, let me invite Mr. Wan Xiaofeng, the chairman of China State Construction Engineering Corporation, Middle East. China State Construction Engineering Corporation is the world's largest construction and investment group with 20 years in the Middle East region. The floor is yours, Mr. Wan.
Thank you. I just find big advantage as the last speaker. We still have more time. I can talk more. I'm from CSCC. I'm sure you know many Chinese construction names. We are CSCC. You might know CREC, CRCC, CCCC. So many C. Not easy for you to understand C word. But in Egypt, they call us CSEC. It's more easy. See. We should be the largest construction group in the world. With our global turnover last year has exceeded $300 billion US. We got ranking number 9 among Fortune 500. We keep number 1 of ENR, global contractor, for 7 consecutive years. We also got ranking A by Stanford, Moody, and Fitch, which is the highest credit ranking in global construction sector. In the past 30 years, CSCC has undertaken more than 8,000 projects in more than 100 countries. Especially, the working in Arabic country has laid the foundation for our overseas operation. Stretching from North Africa, like Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Tunis, and West Asia, like UAE, Saudi, Qatar, Bahrain, Iraq. We have built so many landmark projects. This project looks like a glistening pearl, shining in all Arabic world. We keep working in many Arabic countries for more than 20 years. That's why we can feel and find more and more cooperation opportunity and sector coming. Regarding today's topic is logistics, supply chain, and infrastructure. I just want to share several points with you. So firstly, we need to pay much more attention on both sides. Cooperation on infrastructure connectivity and cooperation on industry capacity. This both sides is based on the one by one rule initiative. Ms. Liu, I think we are the same generation who have experienced the entire China reform and opening up. We have witnessed the significant achievement made by China in the past 40 years. However, I remember in the early stage of Chinese reform and opening up, we did not launch large-scale infrastructure projects, but instead to concentrate on industry and agriculture development. It was not until 1990s a quite famous slogan coming: if you want to get rich, to build the road first. I have to speak in Chinese several words. You see, their term is 要想富先修路，要把这个经济发展起来，基础设施才显得更有成效。
And we need to.
At the CSEC, definitely we will fully leverage our ability on infrastructure, construction, financing, and operation. For example, we have undertaken Bubadi New Airport in Algeria, Doha Port in Djibouti, Etihad Railway in UAE, which enhance the local economy very efficient. In the meanwhile, on the other hand, we still want to promote to transfer the Chinese manufacturer to Arabic country, which can enhance the local supply chain directly and to help set up a local substantial economy, which can create more jobs, can create middle-class people. For example, we have invest and build a cement factory in Algeria, invest and build steel infrastructure, steel structure factory, and curtain wall manufacturer in Egypt. Currently, we are in good negotiation with the Saudi PIF to jointly build largest steel structure manufacturer in Riyadh, probably should be the largest one in MENA area and even in Europe, with annually production capacity more than 800,000 tons. That's my first point. The second point, we need to care about driving local employment. In the past 2 decades, CSEC has directly created at least 700,000 jobs. We also focus on the training. We have trained large amount of skilled workers. I think the labor resource is one of the most important supply chain, especially for skilled laborers. Everywhere are short of skilled laborers. The third point, I want to say we are very strong believer for technology innovation. We host our own technical conference since 2017. In the past 6 years, more and more attendants join our event. And currently, I see at least more than 500 guests and speakers. They join our event, make our internal technical conference into the regional event annually. It will help technology a lot. So that's some point. Is there time? Do you have time or not?
Thank you so much, Mr. Wang. I look at the China State construction is really the muscle behind those the giant projects here in the region. That's very impressive to hear. Since we are doing really well, we still have a few minutes. I would like to start the second round, invite all the speakers to share a few points, like what are some learning or what are some closing statement you would like to leave with the audience. So each speaker will have 2 minutes. Let me start with Mr. Babadi.
No, I mean, we're sticking to the time very well. I think this is a beautiful panel. No, as a reflection maybe to some of the points here, we have seen, Mike, government to government are paving the way. There are significant projects between both governments, PIF and giga corporations really in China. This is de-risking, this is paving the way, de-risking to the other investors and so on and so forth. And the more we have direct flights and ability really to people to connect even more, not virtually, but personally and getting to know each other. I think this is opening up, this is what we're seeing right now, the opening up of business-to-business discussions without government intervention. And I think this is key to the success. And I can share, I sit on the board of the first free zone next to Riyadh Airport. And we have leased phase 1 of the project in 2 months before even hiring a CEO of the company. And I think, I know there are a couple of mega e-commerce Chinese companies that have already signed and will be announced in due time. We've announced Apple and iHerb, and there are a couple of Chinese that are giga companies really that are opening up shop there. The two of the biggest 5 e-commerce delivery companies in Saudi are Chinese. One completely Chinese and one 50-50 Saudi-Chinese partnership. So I think the business community in both countries is used to these kind of partnerships. Our job is to really facilitate and open up the door, and this is what we do at the Saudi government as far as regulation is concerned, facilitation and licenses is concerned. But also, we have an incentive committee that looks at significant investments that require more de-risking when deemed right, where we look at that. So I am excited about all of this, and even on electric vehicles, I have personally invested in Chinese EV companies, and I can say my backyard renovation is thanks to some of the money I made out of these investments. So it's really impressive on the battery side and the EV side what is happening there, and we've seen the Hyundai factory that is announced. I think it's a Korean-Saudi partnership, but it shows it's a half 50% EV and 50% combustion engine. But this shows the openness towards the East and the opportunities to manufacture locally and partner up. And I think this is extremely excited, and I'm happy for this conference and happy to really, as a Saudi government, to facilitate more and more of these collaborations.
Thank you, Minister. I'm sure under your guidance, I will look at more collaboration among different stakeholders to make this as a regional hub. Next, let me invite the Hiladi. What's your, lesson learned or sharing with the audience?
I think by listening to everyone on this panel and pulling in the key investments and foresights that they've been talking about, you understand why we're extremely optimistic about supply chain services within the region and within Saudi Arabia. You can't deny the geostrategic position that this region has, connecting Asia, Europe, and Africa. And you can't deny the level of reform that's taking place that is leading infrastructure investments, logistics investments, e-commerce investments, and so on. I mean, it is quite profound. And from our perspective, you add to that the One Belt, One Road initiative and that transformation. This is a tide that not only floats Saudi Arabia, but it's a tide that floats all boats. And this is where we as a private sector are excited. We see the level of public-private partnerships skyrocketing, and we're excited. And this is where we believe the future stands in terms of returns and opportunity, economic diversification, and resilience going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me invite Hossam Khipa. Can you share what your takeaway from this?
Yes, the feeling is we're having a positive direction actually from all sides towards more of an integration and moving forward to more collaboration. And I think the government's role now is to pave the way and give the support for the private sector to get more and more involvement in all the markets in the region, with definitely having the Chinese cooperation and partnerships with us. And integration is the key in this regard. And I think all the governments represented in the region have the same feeling, and they are working closely to achieve this goal of cooperation and invitation for the private sector to have more and more involvement in the economic growth aspired.
So definitely the collaboration laid a very strong foundation for the future development. Thank you. Brian?
Well, first of all, I think I can feel the dynamic and excitement here because I can see the convergence of ideas, of businesses and capital in this part of the world. EV it has to be a global phenomenon. It's not limited to China, it's not limited to US or Europe, even though these markets probably currently have higher penetration. But I think overall, it is going to be a global phenomena that's going to drive growth and penetration all over the world, including this region. For the opportunities I mentioned, the electrification and the smartification, I think there will be the growth happening here in Middle East as well. We really want to be a part of that because we saw that change happening in China. We're trying to participate in changes globally, and for a very important region like Middle East, I think we want to be a central part of this. Again, I think I'm very much agree to this partnership between public and private for our sector, especially when it relates to innovation, because a lot of these require changes in regulation, encouragement by policies, support of funding, etc. So I think with the involvement with governments and also support, we'll see a faster and more, I would say, accurate change happening in our sector. So growing the electrification as well as in autonomous driving area, as well as maybe flying taxi, flying cars could actually be a more reality earlier in this part of the world than, for example, in China or Europe, because of the support.
Well, that will be very exciting to look at one day. Maybe we can launch a flying vehicle here in this part of the region. Maybe we can lead the thing from here. Thank you so much, Brent. Jason, sorry.
Thank you. In short, I think in China we always said in Chinese, 与其坐而论道，不如起而行之. So with Hainan Airlines, we think
that means it's better to do than talk.
Let's just sit down to discuss. So I could say Hainan Airlines and my team will be at your service anytime, anywhere. Thank you.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much. Last, let me invite Mr. Wan. What some observation or walk away from this panel discussing?
Yeah, I just want to emphasize again, we need to focus and integrate both infrastructure and industry. The industry can help infrastructure more efficient, and infrastructure can help industry with a very strong supply chain. That's a big opportunity for Chinese company working in Middle East. We look forward to set up long-term close partnership with local government and local company, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I look at we are doing really well. I would really want to thank for the 10th Arabian China Business Conference organizing committee, all the teams behind this wonderful conference. Also, I want to thank my fascinating speakers here to bring very distinguished perspective to this whole region business development. I believe those very valuable insight will help the industry, help the GCC to accelerate the transformation, to make the region and the world better connect and strengthen the recovery effort in the post-COVID era to create a better future for all of us. Together, we will make a great difference. Thank you so much. Let me just conclude here. Let's give a big round of applause to our fascinating speakers and our wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Many thanks to our moderator for this session and his esteemed guests, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, our coming up session will talk about the medical sector perhaps. الجلسة القادمة حضورنا الكريم ستتحدث وتناقش عن قطاع الرعاية الصحية.
Distinguished guests will talk about the medical sector and the biotechnology and its importance in leading innovation and combating all and confronting all the medical challenges and the importance in investing in the infrastructure, the infrastructure investment and the creation of employment opportunities of high skills to achieve the economical diversity. Welcome the next session moderator, Dr. Sabar Nassar.
صباح الخير. حياكم الله جميعا.
Good morning. Welcome you all.
To participate with you at this Arab-China Business Conference. The partnership between the Arab world and China has always been one of great significance, and today is an occasion to shape this partnership further. With remarkable possibilities awaiting us in healthcare and beyond. The landscape of healthcare is rapidly evolving, driven by technological advances, research breakthroughs, and the collective determination, of course, of healthcare professionals and scientists all across the globe. As a result, we find ourselves at a pivotal juncture where the convergence of medical and technology is poised to revolutionize disease prevention and early detection, together with a better patient experience in ways that were unimaginable only a few years ago. In the realm of disease prevention, we are witnessing the dawn of personalized medicine, where advances in genomics, artificial intelligence, and big data analytics empower us to tailor prevention and treatment plans based on an individual's unique genomic or genetic makeup. Wearable devices and telemedicine are also transforming the way we approach patient care, from remote monitoring of vital signs to virtual consultations. These tech innovations can bridge geolocations, making healthcare more accessible and convenient than ever before. Patients are now empowered to actively participate in their own care. They're now becoming the CEOs of their own electronic medical record. And healthcare providers can now deliver treatment plans in real time, just one click away. Additionally, the biopharma industry has generated remarkable advances with the potential to transform the treatment landscape. Breakthroughs in areas such as gene and cell therapy are unlocking new possibilities of treatments for previously untreatable diseases, not to mention the slowing and reversing of aging, which we all want. However, as we embrace these remarkable innovations, it is crucial to acknowledge the challenges that lie ahead. To ensure healthcare equity, something that is very dear to my heart, we need to collectively overcome key challenges around data privacy and navigating regulatory frameworks. By engaging in cross-cultural partnerships and knowledge sharing, we can collectively shape the future of healthcare, advancing in a world where innovation has no borders. Over the course of this panel, together with my esteemed experts, from both the Arab world and China, I will be moderating a dialogue to answer the question, what groundbreaking innovations and advancements can we expect to shape the future of healthcare and biopharma, and how will they transform disease prevention, patient experience, and ultimately healthcare outcomes? Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Khalid Abdel Ghaffar, Minister of Health and Population, Egypt, His Excellency Dr. Hisham Al-Jad'i, CEO, Saudi Food and Drug Authority, Saudi Arabia, Dr. Yasser Al-Ubaida, CEO, Sudair Pharma, Saudi. Dr. Riyad Armonius, CEO, Eva Pharma, Egypt. Mr. Khalid Al-Khattaf, CEO, Spemaco, Saudi. Dr. Yin Yi, CEO, BGI Group, China. And finally, Dr. Jin Li, founder, chairman, and CEO of Hijjen Inc. Healthcare, China. Your Excellency, Dr. Khalid, allow me to start with you. What are the major trends from an Egyptian healthcare system and a broader Arab world that you see and experienced in the past few years throughout your career?
Thank you, Summer. Allow me at the beginning to express my gratitude to be here today with this esteemed panelist and to congratulate the Minister of Investment for organizing such an important event. I think in your introduction you sum it all about the relation between healthcare and innovation and healthcare and the future. I think when we talk about healthcare today, not just in Egypt or in the Arab world, but all over the globe, we share the same challenges, especially after COVID-19 unprecedented event. But simply, if we want to talk about the trend and innovation, which I think they are both related, simply healthcare moved from the traditional physical approach to an integrated digital approach. So that's an important paradigm shift in healthcare. And here we're talking about artificial intelligence, data analytics, and integrated and personalized preventative healthcare, as you mentioned, one of it, which is personalized medicine. So I think getting to the healthcare to introduce artificial intelligence in many aspects of healthcare, and one of it will be in pharma and in drug discovery. And I think in your panel, you will have a lot of speakers to talk more about the use of artificial intelligence and how they can predict the outcome of clinical trials and the potential side effects, and also analysis of medical imaging that we all see now more precisely. And in recent studies, there is a lot of research that talks about even the empathy and the accuracy of diagnosis between the robots using the machine learning and using the natural language processing in medicine in general. So I believe that we are approaching a lot of technology. But going back to your question about the healthcare trends, not just in 2023, but for years to come, I think remote healthcare comes on top of this revolution. Home-based care and the telemedicine, as you mentioned, not just by video calling and providing some kind of support and diagnosis and treatment all over the phone or over the video conference, but remote surgery. We're going to an era, I think China also has a very good experience in that, of the 5G, where we will able to perform surgery abroad in remote areas through robotic surgery by using the remote healthcare. Also wearable medical devices, and you just mentioned, you highlighted that very much, and how can now through smart devices you can monitor the patient at home and you can follow up in different areas. Personalized healthcare is also important because the revolution in drugs and in therapy, and how can we use the precision medicine for the revolutions in all aspects of treatment. But I will also share one important point in this respect, which is what we call it the evolution. And you mentioned also something about how do we not just extend the lifespan, but invest in improving the health span. And this big trend for the coming years to look at aging population and look at to discover more about not how old are we, but how you are old. How can we discover the mystery about aging, and how can we improve aging by quality of life, not just dealing with the consequences of aging. So, I mean, going back, I think the technology plays a lot of advances in terms of the trends and innovations, Internet of medical things. It's not just Internet of Things, but Internet of medical things. These are all thoughts that we all in Egypt and in the Arab world and all over the globe should work together in order to tackle the future, in order to provide a better future and better treatment care for our generations. And I thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I love what you said about the empathy of diagnosis. Your Excellency, Dr. Hisham Al-Jad'i, can you share with us an overview of the pharma and medtech ecosystem in Saudi? What are the current trends and dynamics that you've been seeing from an industry and as a regulator, especially with the undergoing mega transformation in healthcare in Saudi?
Yeah, thank you, Samar. And before we start with talking about the pharma and medtech, I will echo what His Excellency mentioned about the healthcare. So the healthcare, to do the medtech and pharma transfer, we need also to make sure that our healthcare system are comparable. So we do have, after COVID, we have a lot of transformation worldwide. In Saudi Arabia, we started this even before COVID to transform the healthcare system. In China also, there is interest, huge interest to improve the quality of life. And I think there are potential in the research, in the pharma, and the medtech between the Arab countries and also with China. There are a lot of innovations in China, and some of the things that we are doing, and we did during COVID with our colleagues in BGI, having products with high quality here in Saudi Arabia, with the right amount, the quantity, and as needed, when needed. And it was a very successful story. And I think from that, we need to build on and see what's our need for the healthcare system that we are going forward. And then we have communication between not just only the purchaser or the manufacturer with the manufacturer in China, but also on the level of healthcare provider and healthcare provider, in the researcher and scientist. So people will accept these collaboration in different components, so we don't end up on something that we talk about and not going to be used in practice. And it took us some time to have the products, for example, with BGI to be accepted here and adapted, but after adaptation, it was very successful story. So I think the future is going for the biotechnology, it's going for the gene therapy, going for the medtech using technology, using AI, as His Excellency mentioned. This is the future. To go to that future, we cannot go by ourselves. We need to work collaboratively. And I think there are huge strength in China and also in Arab countries, that if we put it all together, then we will be able to achieve what we are looking for. Because really, if you look at gene therapy, we are not talking about 1 or 2 or 10. In the pipeline, we're talking about hundreds. And developing all these ones, it will take time in terms of research and improvement and also manufacturing, and will need a lot of ecosystem to support that to be implemented on the ground.
Malik, I have a follow-up question. As a regulator, what was your role in expediting rollout or deployment of BGI during the pandemic in Saudi? Can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, so we worked closely with that, with the product to review, involved with them on the detail of it, checked any data for quality, approving the product in timely manner. And from that, we took the success story with the BGI product, and we took it to other products. Today, we have a pathway, innovation pathway, expedited to approve products in a quick way. And I think we learned a lot from the pandemic, how we can think about it and also think outside the box. We cannot think about it in a one way. We had experience also with translating the document, the clinical trial from Chinese to English, so we can adapt with that. So we did that, and it was really successful.
Amazing. Dr. Yasser, as Saudi Arabia and the Arab world are localizing value chains and supply chains in pharma and biosciences, what is your view on the most important success factors to achieve that?
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you and thank you, Ministry of Investment, for inviting us. I think one of the ways that we are doing in Arabic worlds that we have backward integration for manufacturing the pharmaceutical. Pharmaceutical are changing from chemical-based to biological-based, and now we are on cell and gene arena, which is really, as His Excellency Dr. Hisham is really booming, and we have a lot of needs for this kind of medications and process. In Arabic world, I think we need still on the chemical-based medications, which is 99% of our patient who is using in daily basis. Still we have a gap on the API, which is the active pharmaceutical ingredient that we need. We need really a hub like here in Saudi Arabia, we have 4 free zone area, which is really, we can supply the Arabic countries with the help of the Chinese companies to manufacture it here for drug security, because during COVID problems that most of the countries having a shortage of medications because of that. We have to start on API, not only for chemical-based and also for biological-based medications. And this is really a technology that nowadays that we have it in, we don't have it in most of the Arabic countries. If we have it, it will be supplied the whole region, and it will be, I think, for the security and for the helping of the patients, and even to decrease the cost of the bill for medications on the kidney. This is for the what we call it the old pharma. For the new pharma, as Dr. Hisham said, that we have to participate on the clinical studies. Today I had a meeting with the fantastic Chinese company. They have CAR T cell for colorectal diseases and prostate, which is still, we have a huge number of patients, but still it will come. And if these kind of therapies will come, it will be very expensive. So we need to be partner from the beginning, not on the end. We don't like to have the backward integration with this cell and gene therapy. We have to start with them from the beginning, from the clinical studies, that if we can cooperate for these kind of technologies, I think it will be fantastic for our patients, and also in the future for individualized medicine. It will be also, I think, one of very important area, even to reduce the cost of the healthcare in general.
I thought the APIs were sitting right next to you with Mr. Khalid, but we'll get to him in a minute. Dr. Riyad, thank you so much, Dr. Yasser.
Thank you.
Dr. Riyad, as the CEO of one of Egypt's leading pharma companies, what is your view on the evolution of the regional pharma and biosciences sector? How can regional pharma players contribute to realizing the potential of mega trends such as personalized and precision medicine?
Well, thank you for the excellent question, yet compounded. First, I would like to express my deep gratitude for being invited on such an august panel, and for the excellent organization by Ministry of Investment. I think today we all feel the weight of the significant responsibility that we all share for patients. I think the sector, the pharma and biotech sector is booming. I think it's booming for many reasons. I think it's booming and doubling in the last 10 years. I think that's because of different initiatives by governments, presidential, royal initiatives, non-communicable diseases, hepatitis C, like in Egypt, but also different initiatives. And I think that the pharma and biotech sector is also a big part of the evolution of this sector. You know, today, one has to say that mass-manufactured, mass-developed, and clinically developed medicines are a figment of the past. Today, it's all about local patients' needs. And it's all about having the tools and the capabilities and the technologies to be able to go after smaller and smaller but more specific patient populations, right? Just on the, on the historical side, we started over 100 years ago, we started in Egypt in 1917 with distribution of medicines that were imported. By 1935, we started manufacturing of pharmaceuticals. We manufactured different pharmaceuticals, including some developed dosage forms. And then, history took its turn. But then we got back into pharmaceuticals. And today we are a global organization, but we think that one size fits all doesn't work. It doesn't work because the old medicines are there. The old medicines are great, but now patients need more customized solutions, and this is what we are trying to do. We are available in 40 countries, and we are building a manufacturing complex here in Saudi, not just in North Africa and in Egypt, where we currently exist. If you want me to reflect a little bit about the evolution of the sector, I see manufacturers being much more vertically integrated in active principles, yet being small or large entities. I see manufacturers being more interested in difficult to make immunosuppressants that are personalized. I see also manufacturers that are just like us, building their portfolio on real-world evidence. They're also becoming integrated and focusing on personalized medicines in biologics, manufacturing the day-to-day biologics, just like us, with a major collaboration with Eli Lilly manufacturing insulins and analogs and different diabetes biologics, but also manufacturing monoclonal antibodies and also preventive and therapeutic vaccines. And we also see that biopharma companies are not stopping there, but wanting to be self-sufficient and going through collaborations in innovation, incremental innovation, and full innovation. I see a lot of potential. If one would look at the main theme of this conference, prosperity through collaboration, one would say that there is a lot of need and potential for innovation, but through true collaborations. So we don't want tech transfer, we want true collaborations with technology partners and with scientists from across the world, and we're ready for these collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask you a follow-up question, Dr. Riyad, on how to go after the targeted patient populations. So I'll come back to you. Ustad Khalid, as the CEO of a leading pharma manufacturer that does APIs in Saudi, what do you consider is the competitive advantage of the regional pharma industry?
Thank you. Well, for whether it's API or the classic pharma or old pharmas, as my colleague mentioned, or even the biological, I mean, we look at the Saudi in particular and the region in totality. So for Saudi, the government has invested on the number one important factor in success in the pharma, which is the regulations. The regulator we have is applying the best practices, the latest, and it's becoming a benchmark in the region. What is approved in Saudi most likely will be taken very seriously in the region. And we have in other sectors, not only in pharma, Saudi-made is considered a stamp of quality. And I think pharma is no different. We go as a manufacturer, whether in the classic or in the biological. The process that we go through, we started even before the creation of the Saudi FDA. Many of the industry here started in collaboration with international companies. So the standards that we apply here are the international standards, and with the coming and growing of the Saudi FDA, it actually took it to another level. Now, with the Saudi FDA becoming a member with the ICH and the PICS, it's actually given us more value to what we stand for as a Saudi manufacturer, and also helps us when we extend, whether it's our products or ability to produce in other countries, because we apply the same standards. So this is one of our strategic competitive advantage that means a lot for this industry. The second one is the strategic positioning of Saudi Arabia and the region in the context of the current economic powers that are running this industry. After the COVID, the world discovered that the certain parts of the pharma industry has a concentration risk from geographical. Where we come is basically we come on the intersection of the different continents. And given the history of Saudi Arabia in all industry, be it the oil, petrochemicals, banking, or what have you, we have very superior track record in terms of the starting of FDI, the nurturing of it, and able to maintain all the checks and balances that FDI is expecting. And we have done it here in the pharma in terms of the long history, at least that Spimaco has, with all the international players. We have relationships with some of the international names that lasting more than 36 years. And we're still in business with them, and we still have a joint project with them. So basically the region is a solution for these global concentration risks. We know Europe has shortage, whether be it API or even classic pharma. And the region, be it North Africa or in Saudi Arabia, is a potential solution. We just need to make sure that we have the strong partnership with, obviously, China is one of the leading, where for the Chinese, it's a solution to have market access, and for the rest of the world, it's a solution for providing a diversified, pharma base. And then the other part, which is the adaptation or ability to adapt with technology. The government of Saudi Arabia embarked on a very strong educational program several years ago. The result of which is what we see in terms of the young youth that are all over the place in terms of the new sciences in health or the supporting industries, be it the chemical industries or biological or what have you. Now, all of this is along with the tradition of being able to work with international companies, gives us also another competitive advantage. And we think we can, we've done it before and it's been done. It's not we will do it, it's been done again. And last but not least, it's the workforce. The Saudi economy was built on international collaboration. If you look at any industry, it started with the collaboration, be it with European, Asian, or any part of the world. The pharma has been a hub for all professionals from different parts of the world. Egypt, for example, has a great participation and value addition in terms of having this collaboration on a labor and what have you. And we think a further collaboration and investment, at least from what we see, we're able to mix more labor, high-tech labor from Asia and from Europe. And I think these elements provide for a very competitive advantage for the region and for Saudi Arabia in particular.
So if I would summarize, Saudi and the Middle East as or the region, MENA, let's say, is a hub for the world that we will augment and diversify with cross-cultural partnerships with countries like China.
Can I comment?
Yes.
I just want to add to what Khalid just mentioned about the drug shortage and also ABI. China, I mean, as you mentioned, in Europe and maybe North Africa and Middle East will be a solution. I think China and Arab country is a solution.
It is a solution.
For shortage one, and also ABI. Most of ABI will be manufactured. It's already manufactured in China.
True.
So I think we need to take this to a second level of discussion, how we can collaborate with ABI to make sure that it's available in this region.
And there is, as we speak, there is a several discussion between leading Chinese manufacturers and us and other institutions. I think hopefully we will see something coming to light.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to hear from Dr. Yin.
Yes.
As a CEO of one of the leading genomics research corporations in the world, what do you see as the future of genomics, personalized medicine, and precision health? And what do you think is the role of AI and ChatGPT? What do you think, what role will they play in all these advancements?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to show my thankful for the president from SFDA. Thank you for your trust. At the very beginning, during the pandemic in 2020, April, May, around there, you trust us.
Yes.
So we just set up over 500 technicians come to your kingdom and build up the 5, we call the Huyan laboratories to help to do only the PCR test. But we use the same standard. We use the same validation and verification. So we just keep the result bilateral recognized. It's very helpful, I think, to control the pandemic. Before that, the experiment totally lasted 21 months and finished the 18 million samples already. But now we just do the upgrade from the only PCR test to the genetics test, genomics test, other omics tests. We just build up a GV laboratories we call the GenLife. This is the largest omics lab, clinical lab already here. Wow. Last Friday, the open ceremony. So we can see the trends from the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Not only the digital twins, but also reality twins. When you talk about, how about I think about the genomics? Let's look back for the first Human Genome Project. That means United States, UK, Germany, France, Japan, and China. BGI just on behalf of China to take part in this project. This project, our world, the scientists, it takes 13 years, $3.8 billion, 16 different institutions only finished 1 human genome. But today, we just take several hours, and the reagent cost is as low as only $99. You can get your whole genome resequencing. So when we talk about the big data, about AI, about GPT, about the maybe metaverse, I just think it's the very beginning about the, this digital society is coming. So when we talk about the AI, 3 pillars we needed. The first is data, then is computing power. Third is algorithm. For us, for biotech, the data is not enough. Look back, compared to other technologies, for example, for electricity, 90% people can enjoy it. About internet, 60% people can enjoy it. But about genetic or genomics data, only 0.03% people already can enjoy it. So it's a large space for getting more data. Then we just seek the data is large enough. We will see the conclusion drop out from the noise. We will see the signal we called emergency in life science. And on the other hand, in the pandemic, one thing I think mankind should be touched. If we do not share the technologies, we do not share the public health applications, vaccines, IVD kits, the virus will definitely occupy the world. People must, as a whole, not just separated region to region, country to country. So we must keep the cutting-edge technologies affordable, accessible, equitable. This is a very, very important thing. The niche technologies is not only for the rich man, it's not only for the, the money. It must by the human nature, by the humanity, that more people can enjoy it. That's the future of the mankind, of the human being. So I think with the combined the three factors, the first is affordable, accessible, equitable technologies. Second is strong organizations, just what you have done as FDA. And the third is about widespread scientific popularization. We must let people have the correct idea about the, biotech, life science, not so many conspiracies. I think combine the three things as a whole, we will immediately see the effect for the people, of the people, by the people, share with people. And I do believe we can make great breakthrough contribution to the public scientific literacy, public health benefits, and we will increase the average life expectancy. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love everything you said. I just want to recap on a few things. So you said that gene sequencing now costs $99. Can you tell everyone how much did it cost just a few years ago?
I think maybe sequencing will be free, but the data mining will be a next necessary thing. So I think all of us will start to learn a new language we call the life language. It's the real nature language. Now we call the nature language is just the human language. It's not the God language. The God language is DNA. Plants, animal, microbe, human being, we just use the same language. We just learn how to know the grammar, how to do the interpretation for yourself. When we talk about the 4P medicine, prediction, precaution, personalized, and participation, and I think the most thing is the last thing, participation. You are your own, first responsibility of your own healthcare. That's it.
Absolutely. On healthcare equity, I just want to share that the WHO defines healthcare equity as a basic human right. So making healthcare affordable and accessible is a basic human need and right. So yes, 100%. And I think the third big theme that you highlighted, Dr. Yin, is the real-life example of the partnership between BGI, a Chinese company, and Saudi Arabia during the pandemic that really forced us to push borders and do everything that we can to serve humanity.
Yes.
Thank you so much for all the notes. Dr. Jin, can you tell us about how AI-driven drug research and development is growing, or is a growing trend right now, with China being one of the global leaders on this front? And how do you see the impact on that on the entire clinical trial advancements in the world?
Thank you very much, Isama. Before I answer the question, very excellent, very good question. Can I just say a very great thanks to the organizing committee of the Ministry of Investment. It's my first time here in Saudi. It's such a fantastic experience to see the region, the China and Arab world having this opportunity to explore in what is clearly a very uncertain environment. How do we collaborate going forward? For this particular session, also it's a privilege to see so many regulators and industry representatives to be on this panel, to really think about, discuss what clearly is very important area. Health is all everyone cares about. Yeah, it's what we call the hard demand. In Chinese, we call the real hard demand. How to live longer, how to live healthier, all the other important questions. Coming back to this, your key question, how AI impacts on pharmaceutical industry in terms of discovery, R&D, as well as clinical trials. I would like to really start with a perspective. Pharmaceutical industry is about unknown, is exploring this clearly very challenging unknown world. We are not dealing with everyday known facts. As Dr. Ying indicated, our genome tells us a lot about life, but there's tremendous lot of unknown. We started in early 2003. Yeah. The first human genome map came out. He's the real expert in this area. I'm the user of that information. Now, after 20 years, when we reflect on, we have known quite a lot about life, about illness, about what causes disease and what causes drug resistance and all other effects. But they are translating that information into effective, safe therapy is still a tremendous challenge. If we look at the success rate of clinical trial, from first time in man to launch on the market into patients, I remember 20 years ago when I joined the industry, the success rate was 12%. Now it's less than 5%. So what that means is not because we have become less capable, it's because our demands on efficacy and safety and regulation on them are much, much harder, because it is very important about that. Another one is also about we are dealing with deeper questions in life. And so the mechanisms have become more complicated, and the tools and technologies are still not quite there. We have an illness, a disease, or whatever, and we can quickly produce the drug. And it's not that easy. It's still very challenging. And because of the challenge, the science and technology and the way of working, collaboration, government policy, and capital injection are all key factors. We can't do this work well without any one of them. So this theme is very important. Coming back to AI, because of this unknown, just to put it very simply, one of the commonly used drugs is called chemical drugs, small molecule drugs. If mathematically you enumerate that space, what are the minimum possible number of molecules is to the 10 to the 64. And the number of drugs we currently have on the market is like 10 to the 3. So the difference are multiple orders of magnitude. So all the billions, like $2 billion R&D investment, the whole pharma industry put in for the important disease area to find the drugs each year, is really pumping out something like 50 to 60 new chemical entities per year. So that number is really small. So we are exploring this huge space of 10 to the 64, 10 to the whatever number. And so experimentally, traditionally, we use synthesis, organic chemistry synthesis, biochemical, biological testing to establish each new compound's chemical efficacy, biological efficacy and safety. And that has accumulated a fairly large number of data over the years. But to compare with that 10 to the 64 is still very, very far away. In that context, the pharma industry has been using computational informatics, physics-based methods for many, many years to help in stages. Now, what is clearly recent in the emergence of this large language model or large data model is showing maybe although the physics is not solvable in the time scale we like to see in the research time scale, but the large language model, if you have the right amount of data, large enough amount of data, using this new machine deep learning training method, seems to be able to generate solutions which was not conceivable previously. So that is a huge encouragement. I would say the enthusiasm around this AI in drug industry, people are now embracing this new emergence of the AI technique, is probably not less than the first human genome coming out in 2003. So I think the industry is quite keen to explore and develop this technology. Just to give a figure, latest account, there are over 1,000 companies worldwide claiming either dedicated to using AI for drug discovery or adapting AI, adapting their existing technology methods to absorb AI for drug discovery. So there's quite a lot of activity going on. Where there are already some, I would say, isolated cases to show its success and effectiveness. But in this industry, we have seen a lot of quite isolated cases. Unless it becomes very routinely used on a large number of cases, we should still not put too much expectation on it in short term. It's a more medium-term, long-term approach to improve our overall R&D productivity. And clinical trial is even more challenging because currently clinical trial data is largely held within each individual company. Unless they become in some way made available to be shared, then its usage, I think, that may be even behind the early discovery. Because early discovery is much more published data for sharing. Yeah. So it's encouraging, but we also need to be realistic and we need to have determination to continue to invest in this kind of technology and its application in R&D. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jin. So augmenting R&D with AI, most importantly, efficacy and safety are the biggest themes or highlights of your note. I feel that we're just scratching the surface and we're just getting excited, but we have 3 minutes left. So I want to go around the table and ask each of my esteemed panelists for any closing remarks.
Well, thank you, Summer. Enjoyed this important panel. I believe that I'm just echoing on my colleagues what they just mentioned. The opportunities for cooperation with China is tremendous, and I can call that research and development, as you just mentioned, is one of the important sectors that we have to work together, especially in genomic medicine, because we all need that in the Arab world and in China as well. Also manufacturing in synthetic biology, using the AI and using bioinformatics and molecular biology. This is also important for the manufacture of what we call smart cells. Brain research is also important because this is one of the important trends in bioscience in China. So I believe that we have to work in cooperation, as my colleague Riyad mentioned, not just tech transfer, but we use the tremendous knowledge that China has and try to cooperate and share our experience with them. And thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm really sorry, but can we do less than 30 seconds each?
Okay.
Because we have 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
So I just want to mention that the collaboration between the Arab and China in the business is we have a lot of opportunities that we go for, but also we need to look at the whole ecosystem. in that and to move forward. And we need more than what we're doing right now. So I encourage everyone here from Saudi Arabia, from Arab countries, from China to discuss the opportunity for collaboration. And I think all of us as a government will be supporting this by all means.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Dr. Yasser?
Nothing to mention, just I will add something about using AI in drug discovery, which is usually will take from the scientists 2 years. Now within days that you can have the molecules by using the AIs, that this is imagining the time that we are using. And I think with the cooperation with China and their experience and their data that they have, and I think we can do something for our patients very positive.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yasser. Dr. Riyad?
We're ready and committed to collaborate. We need to have sustainable access to personalized medicine through collaboration and through sustainable access through localization, but we also need to have the tools to be able to respond to our needs. Our needs are specific. Our need us to have the technologies to also be innovative, and for that we need all the collaboration, we need all the joining of brains together that we can do.
Absolutely. Ustad Khalid?
I think it's lesson learned from the Chinese experience, and the list is too long, but let's focus on the 2 points that I think it's of a huge importance. What His Excellency mentioned, which is the ecosystem. We need to invest in the ecosystem and build it. And the other part is when we apply this, we have to take a very balanced approach, binary approach. Oh, sorry, it's not a binary approach. It's either classic medicine or biological. Both of them have to be improved. Both of them have to be improvised and modernized because they're here to stay.
Thank you so much. Dr. Yan?
Yeah. I have no doubt about achievement we can reach, but I'm concerned, on the other hand, about the technology development. The Earth is not only human being.
True.
The Earth can exist without a human being, but a human being cannot exist without the Earth. So I think, people like us who do biotech, especially about the gene editing, should have fear and respect the human nature and bear in mind the human nature. The humanity without technology might be ignorant. However, the technology without humanity must be dangerous. This is I want to emphasize. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yan.
Okay, I think a lot of good things have been said about this is a very special industry. I think it's all levels collaboration is very important. It's a very policy heavy, so government policy makers need to collaborate and learn from each other. I think a lot of things to share. Second one is the industry. So pharmaceutical industry association as representing all companies need to collaborate because there are a lot of things common, value chain, innovation chain, it's very, very important. And finally, of course, the very important element is the company to company, organization to organization. So all levels needs to explore and really see what areas can collaborate and learn from each other and really promote its application into our own countries and our own economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A lot of food for the thought, a lot of excitement about the future of healthcare and biopharma. It's not possible without the collaboration of the private sector and the regulatory systems, ministries of health and beyond across the globe. Cross-cultural partnerships as well is another theme. Yeah, like I said, we are just scratching the surface. So please give my panelists or our panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samar. Many thanks to your panelists as well for this thorough discussion. Very well discussed and very good points have been made in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, our following session will be about strategic partnerships. And now we all know how important that is. I mean, they say strategic partnerships or a partnership can either make or break a project. Now, no matter how big or small that project is, choosing the right partner is a key to success for that project. So they will talk about strategic partnerships and how essential it is to have the proper partnership. Hence, the partnership we have been seeing between the Arab countries and China. And we have heard so many talks throughout today and yesterday how successful this partnership has been and how they look forward to even make it more successful and nourish it even more in the future. So here, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage the moderator for this session, Zili Wang, and her guest, His Excellency Hamdi Tabba, President of Federation of Arab Businessmen.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session. My name is Wang Zili. I'm editor of international news at China's Caixin Media. And today we are very honored to have His Excellency Mr. Hamdi Tabba. He's right now the president of the Federation of Arab Businessmen. Thank you for joining us today,
Thank you.
Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it would be my privilege to first give a brief introduction of you, although I believe many of the businessmen today already know you very well. Okay. So Mr. Tabba himself is already a very prominent businessman in Jordan and the Arab world. And his extensive career in trade and business, including serving as the chairman of the Jordanian Businessmen Association, which he founded, and also right now the president of the Federation of Arab Businessmen. Yeah. And he also established many companies himself in Jordan. And also he once served several political positions before, including the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Supply. So Your Excellency, we've talked a lot about the Vision 2030 reform plan in Saudi Arabia, which is quite impressive. And it has been launched 7 years. And you've visited this country many, many times. Yes. So I wonder, how would you evaluate this development and transformation of Saudi Arabia during the past years?
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In
the name of Allah, the merciful, the passionate, peace be upon our Prophet. At the beginning, I would like to thank the Minister of Saudi Arabia for this conference, and it's the 10th Arab-China conference, and for the economic activities not only on the Arab level, but on the whole world level, at the international level, especially the financial, the tourism, the industrial areas and fields or domains, and to also to upgrade with the digital aspect. That's why Saudi Arabia, as an oil country, that the Crown Prince find that we shouldn't only depend on the oil as a revenue for the country, but we need also to go out to find other resources to diverse our resources as well. And this comes very quick in different and diverse fields, especially with the Saudi youths, males and females in this aspect. Shukran lak.
Happening in Saudi Arabia and also the whole Arab world. And I think for the cooperation between China and Arab states, one key pillar is the Belt and Road Initiative. And in order to create more social and economic benefits for the people in the region, how do you see that China and Arab states can further expand our collaboration under the Belt and Road Initiative?
Well, I think China today is the main leader in the world, not only in the Arab countries, in the economic field at least, plus culture. And we as Arabs, we are very proud to have such excellent relation with China. China is well respected in the Arab countries, and definitely not on the investment wise, but there are some other sector that will come, inshallah, soon with China.
Yeah, sure. And I think another very important issue for China and Arab cooperation is education, which we haven't been touched upon in a lot. So I wonder, like in this field, in education, what potential do you see of collaboration between China and Arab states, and what are the projects that are already going on?
Well, I would think I will urge the Chinese side that they should look very seriously to have Chinese universities in the Arab countries. We should have the Chinese, and the Arab language should be the leader in the world today. And that needs a Chinese university in the Arab countries as well as Arab university in China. And in this respect, definitely, just to say that in Jordan today there are some private schools are teaching Chinese.
Wow.
And my granddaughter today can speak Chinese. On the other hand, China is already in the economic section and in the industry. We look forward in the Arab countries that we should have more vocational training center in the Arab world to cope with the industry that is a new industry that is speedy, going very speedy in this world. And China is one of the main leaders in this sector, as we could see the figures with the Arabs as well as with the Saudis are just jumping, and which is very, we are very proud of that, and we like to continue with it.
Wow. So, you know, this is actually my first time here in Saudi Arabia. And I encountered a lot of like young Saudis who are learning Mandarin and speaking perfect Mandarin already. So it's quite impressive. So I'm sure that there will be a lot of potential for collaboration in education. And, you know, this is really important for our, you know, mutual cultural exchanges as well. And also, you mentioned that Saudi Arabia has been experiencing this digital transformation during the past years. And I think that applies as well to many other Arab states. And also, another thing is that there is also a sustainability transformation going on in many Arab states. And that is very important to improve the quality of life for citizens in this region. So I wonder, in this regard, in sustainability and in digital trends, what do you see as the new opportunities for China and Arab states to collaborate?
I think we have to exchange more of delegation and visit between the Arabs and the Chinese, at least on the private sector or on the business sector, as well as again on the educational sector. Today, the IT sector is a very promising sector, and is in the Arab countries. Some of the Arab countries are really quite advanced. On the other hand, I think we should take today. I think there was a session on health, and that is something that the Arabs, I think, we are quite. In some countries we are quite good, but definitely the new technology of surgery or medical care, what we could say, I know that the Chinese are already well advanced on that. So how could we have some more session in the future on these sectors? The second sector that today we need in the Arab countries and the world today, as you see with the change of environment, that the food security, national food security should be taken care and should be considered as a priority, that all people in this world could live in good health and have enough food to be available, because as you could see, the changes of the environment is affecting the agricultural sector.
So the IT, the digital infrastructure, and also like food security, agriculture, all of these are very important areas of collaboration between China and Arab states. And you know, last year in December, at this very venue, we've witnessed the first Arab-China summit where our Chinese President Xi Jinping and also many heads of states from the Arab world participating. And I think it's quite a historic summit for the two nations. And I wonder, when that happened, what was your general feeling about it? And you know, following this summit, how do you expect the economic relationship between China and Arab states to further grow in the future?
Well, as we are today, for 2 days, the Chinese Arab, I would say, summit or conference is one of the signals that things are going in the right direction. Mm-hmm. And in this respect, I think, as you said, that is I would like to speak on the Silk Road. Some Arab countries need a lot of infrastructure on the roads and the railway at least. And I hope I could see one day that we are linked between the Arab countries and China on the Silk Road as well as the railway, beside the shipping or maritime sector. But still, as we could see it, that the Silk Road is going, I would say not fast, but going enough. But definitely it is one of the main sectors that the East, I would say, because China is East, the Arabs are on the East, we are Eastern, I could say. And this is how we link each other. That will reflect on education, on the investment, and will lower the cost of both products, Chinese products or Arab products, to be exchanged between these countries that are passing through the Silk Road. As yesterday we heard that it's not on the road because some countries need some investment who are passing this road.
Yeah.
So you have to take care of these countries that they need new development and a push in economy.
Yeah, you mentioned that we are both in the East and we have like very long history of exchanges. So in terms of like people to people exchange to enhance the mutual understanding between our two peoples, what would be your suggestions?
Well, you see, traveling is a culture. When you travel to a country, then you could learn the culture of the country, the needs of the people. You could exchange with people what their needs, and this has come to the governments, different. The government and the Chinese or the Arab government. It's their responsibility how they could enhance such relation to have a good life for everybody in this world.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the best way to know a country is to be there, to visit the country, to talk to people from this country. And then that would be a very good way to enhance our mutual understanding. And thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing your insights on this very important topic of Arab-China economic collaboration. And I think like the key message here is that we have a lot of potential to tap. And we also have a lot of new areas to expand our collaboration.
Definitely.
So I guess, like on your note, with the the diligent work from both sides, we can expect a brighter shared future for the people of China and of the Arab world. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear guests, and thank you for moderating this session, Ms. Wang. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are overdue for a lunch break. Don't you think so? We will have a nice lunch break and we will re-meet here again at 2 p.m. حضورنا الكريم، سنأخذ استراحة الغداء ونعود نجدد اللقاء هنا في تمام الساعة 2 مساء. نلقاكم في ذلك الحين. حضورنا الكريم أهلا بكم مجددا.
Our distinguished guests, we hope that you have enjoyed the lunch, and we will go directly to the coming session.
Unlock productivity and growth. And for this session, please welcome on stage the moderator, Mr. Abhay Bhargava.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I know we're in a post-lunch session, so I think I was talking to the panel, and we're going to try and make this as interesting as we can. Appreciate the opportunity. So the panel is really going to be talking about the digital economy and AI. We're not going to talk about introductions here because I'm told that on your apps you will have all the speakers' details. So we'll dive straight into the meat of things. Probably just coming straight out of, let's say, the ground and setting the context. Your Excellency, I think what I'd really like you to do is probably give us a bit of a perspective on how we're defining the digital economy. The flashy words, but I was talking to a lot of people before this event, and everyone has a different definition. Yes. So before the panel starts talking in 4 different directions, hopefully you can give us some context.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to be here. Thank you that you're all joining us. We have heard a lot of sessions during these 2 days, and what we can definitely say that all these different sectors of economy need digital transformation. So actually, even if we are one of the last panels, we are in all the previous panels because transformation there will only happen with digital transformation. And so digital economy is not just e-commerce or things we might think of, but it's several layers. Of course, we need the infrastructure. That's clear. We need a good infrastructure in all the countries around the world for people to be able to participate to a digital economy. Second, what we need is digital services. So it is a transformation of the services business, which has happened in the last years, or is continuously happening. That is a key factor, in my view, for a digital economy. Third is, of course, e-government. A government play an important role, and they should be at the forefront and should be the players at the front, and Saudi is a really good example for this. So if you have come here, it has been pointed out already, and you have a visa, you have a digital visa now, it's really easy to deal with. So that is another important part. And then the one I mentioned already is trade. So remote forms of trading are an important factor. But all these 4 do mean nothing if you don't have digital literacy. I would even call it AI literacy. And let me go back to the year 1774, when the Austrian Empress, Maria Theresia, and by the way, she is on the silver coins that will be used in the MENA region, especially also in Saudi. It's her picture on these silver coins that have been accepted for trading and for paying. She introduced compulsory reading and writing in the year 1774 to Austria. And today what we need is this digital literacy in AI, in all the other factors, to include everybody and to help everybody to gain it, women in Africa to be able to participate to a digital economy, open up their own businesses, start their own businesses, have a bank account. So it means a lifetime change for people all around the world irrespective of which education you have. So we need to take care of the next generation, and I would say this is the most important about the digital economy.
Well, that's a fascinating way to, I'd say, deconstruct and make things simple. So thank you for those details. I think, if I may just jump from there while we're on the topic of definition, right? We've heard so much about AI, and it's a fancy word. I think George and then Patrick as well. If both of you could give a bit of your perspective on AI, very often used word, but probably again very misunderstood. So over to you.
Okay, so I'll start it a bit. So obviously, AI, from my perspective, AI is something that we don't want to become a general tool, right? It's something that is executable, that especially in the last 4 or 5 months, things changed quite a bit. Lots of people call it AI 2.0, where once the ChatGPT has launched their ChatGPT 4 or 5 months ago. And that creates a large model. So one of the reasons that I think AI it was a buzzword of 2018, 2019. Everybody knows that this is where the trend's gonna go. But how do you get AI to be adopted by all the enterprise, all the governments, is really something to be practical and executable and cheap for these enterprises. So I think the large model changed everything. And this is a very disruptive time where you can create model much faster. And because a large model, multi-language, multi-model type of approach. So things gonna be, then you develop application on top of the large model. Allows enterprises to apply different vertical industries, like healthcare, like education, like smart cities in the kingdom.
Sure.
Where that's where the direction is going. So for me, AI should be a very integral part of digital economy.
Interesting.
And also has to make it cheaper for allow small medium enterprises to use AI and create application. And it's easier to create application, not just bunch of scientists back in the research center to create algorithm all the time. That's too expensive because you don't have too much of these kind of talent around the world.
Yeah.
So I think we're at the times right now, and it's where things has arrived.
Interesting. Yeah. Thank you. And Patrick, how about you? Perspectives on AI?
So, first of all, AI is not a tool. AI essentially, I think, is going to add a lot to human knowledge. Essentially, I think is an engine for reasoning. And we all are very familiar with internet, for example. But internet facilitates us with a speedy and organized access to information. And with AI and with AGI, essentially it's going to create additional knowledge. So I am an investor, and I believe wealth is from knowledge. And the delta of transaction, essentially the value you can generate from making an investment has a lot to do with the delta of knowledge. So I think we're incredibly excited about the opportunities that comes with AI. And certainly there are a lot of risks associated with it. But I think, we're human beings, so we're always have been dealing with very complex issues as we go. So it's all about risk and reward. I think the risk is really large. I think the risk needs to be discussed and debated. But the point here is, and we are actually on the verge of a true innovation cycle. And innovation comes as a surprise. Most of innovations are fake. They're arbitrage. And the true innovation comes in a way is like we're just overwhelmed at the beginning, but then we're just trying to figure out. And use kind of human history a little bit kind of to guide us, because most of us very difficult for us to think about how future is going to unfold. We think about our past experiences, with industrial revolution, and for our ancestors in front of that revolution. And if people heard about how that's going to happen, internet and everything, how much that's going to reorganize our life, most of people, I think, got kind of freaking out in front of that. But the truth is, we all kind of benefited a lot from the development of it. So nobody will have a crystal clear picture of what's going to happen with AI, because what AI is really about is when you have the right framework, large language model, transformer network, the methodology, and then you apply a lot of data coming through, then what you have is called emergent properties. Emergent properties come as a surprise. So that's what we're going to deal with. So I think everybody on the panel has been experienced dealing with the digital evolution of the past. So this is our common opportunity and responsibility.
Interesting. And I'm catching on to a few words which I think we're going to cover as we move ahead. I heard all of you talk about benefits and risks. Some of you talk about risks, and we'll probably cover that a little later. Tani, coming from your perspective, you're at the forefront of an organization that itself is enabling a lot of transformation, a lot of change on the digital side. What are your perspectives on looking at AI as an emerging technology and on how digital economies are being built? And especially leveraging your own global experience of looking at this across different parts of the world, right from the Asia Pacific all the way to Europe and beyond.
Well, I think like other panelists already mentioned about the either digital economy or either AI, I think, and of course mentioned about the risks, also about the inclusivity, and also about that to attract interest. So I think from our experience, for any kind of a new generation of technologies, when it starts, normally there are some people welcome, some people make a lot of hesitation. But from the industry perspective, we always welcome pro-innovation approach. So when we talk with the decision makers or the policy makers, regulations, we're always saying that maybe in the beginning, try to have a industry-friendly policy. This will encourage the industry players, from the manufacturer, from vendors, from ecosystems, even from all aspects, you can get the interest. So this will be the point number one. Of course, also we need to bear in mind that the risks, because any new stuff, especially now when we talk about AI, even when 5G starts, people are talking a lot about the risks. So we think that this is the subject we have to take into consideration. So from all the discussions which we had in the past, not just about AI, but for all many other new technologies, we think that we should understand this is a multi-role governance. It's not to manage the risk or to mitigate the risk, cannot be just one body responsibility. We should have the government, we should have the policymakers, regulators. You have to build your rules. But meanwhile, also we have to understand industry players, like the vendors, software developers. Of course, you need to obey the rules, but also you need to build your governance. And meanwhile, the users, the public, also they need to be educated, they need to understand. So point number two is how this multi-role governance should be introduced and involved generation by generation to mitigate the risk. This, I think, is very necessary in order to really embrace the new technology. And one more thing also I think is very important. Madam mentioned about digital economy or even AI. The digital infrastructure is a foundation. I think that's definitely no doubt. Otherwise, either how you generate the data, how you analyze the data, how you transmit the data, without a good infrastructure, digital infrastructure, this cannot be done. That's how it's happening in China also, that's how it's happening in Kingdom. I think the government trying to encourage the industries to build the good and qualified digital infrastructure. By all means, regulations, even some incentives. I think European Union also doing the same. to give the incentives to encourage the industry to build the better infrastructure. So I think put all this together, and last thing definitely is important, it's about education. Education. So if we have all these pillars together, I think we can say we can embrace the digital economy or new technologies.
Interesting. And Tony, I'm hearing a bit of an echo of what Your Excellency you mentioned. I'm going to circle back to you from a hook that I'm taking from Tony on on policies and regulations, right? I think we've talked about digital economies and AI now, and we hear layers of infrastructure and services, and we're talking about linking into trade and literacy, and I think obviously government has some level of role to play in it. In your experience, having been on the side of governance itself, what do you think are maybe key takeaways from a policies and regulation standpoint?
Well, first, I think I'm not the first to say that AI is most probably the worst thing, and at the same time, the best thing that is happening to us. Okay. And it will change really everything. We just don't believe it now, and it will change the way we learn, healthcare sector, we heard all this. And it's happening at a much higher speed. So of course, you need to take care, you need to look what is happening, you need to regulate, you need to find out what you want as a society and what you don't want as a society. I think it's in all our interest for a safe and for a better life to use all the opportunities in it, but at the same time to put some regulation to it. And now the regulation, we have to be careful. So coming from a continent which is highly regulated, I think the most important thing is to regulate, but as much as is needed and not too much, because not to destroy innovation. Okay. Because you can do as a regulator. You can just disrupt it in a way that it's stopping and people are trying to go around it. So this is different to anything else we have seen so far. People talking about this singularity point a lot. Yeah? When will it happen that AI is more intelligent than a human being, and will they ever take over? There is a lot of fear in this discussion. To take out the fear, you have to regulate and to set standards, but you should not overdo it. And in Europe, sometimes there is a tendency to overdo it, so I know what I'm speaking about, and I've always stood up for a way that it leaves innovative people, scientists, companies, air to breathe and to continue with their innovation. Because as you said rightly, it happens by surprise. It's not something that you can plan, you can set a budget and so on, but when does it really happen? And I also agree what you have said, a lot is fake, a lot has already been there, it's just something looking different to what has been there. And in all this basket, there is something which will really be the innovative thing, and we all don't know about it. Neither the companies, nor the politicians, maybe the scientists to some extent, but some also not. In basic research, they would tell you, well, we're just researching for the fun of it, and that's good. Yeah? So do it, but in a way that it does not kill innovation.
Interesting. So I think the message maybe for the audience, collating a bit of what everyone just said, is that we're seeing digital economies evolving, right? Technology is evolving. I think it's important to let innovation flourish. So regulation is about maybe giving a boundary or a construct around it, but letting the industry kind of evolve on their own and innovate. That's interesting. Looking at this, I guess, another thought comes to my mind is about then what are the prerequisites for, letting the digital economy evolve? Not just AI, but if we talk about the broader platform of the digital economy, and what are the prerequisites out there? Maybe, Georgia, I can bring that back to you now because I heard you talk about it, but I'd like everyone else to just talk a bit about that as well. Because here in the audience, I think we've got people, individuals, companies who are looking at understanding how this can be brought into the, into the region. So I guess knowledge of prerequisites is really a good barometer to have ready.
Yeah, I think some of the panelists already talked about those, some of the prerequisites. I think our friend Tony talked about infrastructure. I think you have to have 5G, you have to have IoT connectivity. Those things got to connect the people with all the machines, right? Yeah, that's a basic you have to have. Then you got to have AI infrastructure, which is a computing power. And also, obviously, the other factor you got to have is edge computing, edge device, smart devices. If you got to, I think that's a must you have. Then you have data, because you got to have a quality data to connect all the people with and process the data. Then the last thing I think is a very important prerequisite for me, from my experience travel around the world, is people. You have to have a skilled people, and to have that, to create these applications, to create that innovation environment, very important. And then the bottom is obviously with the government support from the public sector and also the government sector to form alliance to create those digital economy. I think I've been in the kingdom, traveled 3-4 years now. Since time has a JV with PRF. So I think I know this is a much look at the region, but I think use Saudi as a example. They have all that infrastructure and all that prerequisite ready in the kingdom to execute that digital economy. And then more importantly, they have that urgency as well. Okay. It's fantastic,
So in addition to that, maybe just a very specific question that comes to my mind, and maybe Patrick, you could talk about it. At least in most of the conventional, let's say, or in most other industries, right, funding plays a critical role. In fact, today, I think earlier in the day, we had a session on that as well, right? And funding doesn't necessarily only mean funding for large CapEx projects. How have you seen the evolution of funding to deal with the digital world, with the digital economies? Is it adequate? What is your experience around that? Or what are the messages for, again, the audience here?
When we talk about funding, essentially we're talking about money. Money is a pretty big pool. And so today we're talking about the Fed raised interest rates and capital got dried up. It's a relative thing. It's just the level of water going up or going down. It's still a larger pool of water, right? So every investor still needs to go out there and figure out the returns, risk adjusted. That's essentially what investors are supposed to do. So I think money is actually there. It's just becoming less for the near term. And but as people started to sort of make sense of all these different kind of risks, in the past, people thought about, if you're a technologist, you're an entrepreneur, you only think about your relevant domain and what's going on with your competition. Now you all of a sudden realize that Fed raising rates has a lot of big impact on your business. Geopolitics makes a lot of big impact on your business. So investors are, for the first time for this generation, scrambling to figure out how to price in the risk. And then people realize, you know what, my job is to generate returns. So essentially, I think when people underwrite the deals, I think people are just getting tighter and with type of deals they are going to invest. For quite a long time, when we have something like pretty hot, like AI, for example, if AI, this thing happened 5 years ago, there will be just so much money going to that. And as long as you have a good resume. But today, having a good resume doesn't really get you a investment from a credible investor. So that's the situation we're looking at. So people are trying to price in the risk. But also, I think people needed to understand that for a lot of things we go through cycles, capital markets, even COVID, right? It's a healthcare thing. It has gone through cycles. So, but I think AI as a sort of a new way of adding productivity for everything we do, I still think that curve is very, very steep. And about three years ago, we invested in a company. It's actually a cancer diagnostic business based in America. It's called Grail. And this company is a global leading player in AI. And in cancer diagnostics. But the way we think about it, we believe this is actually AI and in disguise of healthcare. They have conducted the single largest clinical trial in human history. With a large amount of data, they're refining their methodology, and all of a sudden they have emergent properties. It's a sort of a similar path of ChatGPT, but in the vertical. And so having the vertical data is very, very important, but you have to let the data run through a really good process. That's where you come up with really good results. And so I think we are going to, I believe, live longer. And I think AI will, in the end, create a lot of wealth. But on the journey getting there, there are just a lot of risks we needed to figure out how to deal with. I think that's it.
Interesting. And, hearing, and I think that kind of gives us a bigger picture of all the different prerequisites. Tony, I'd like to jump back to you on maybe a broader question. Yeah. One of the objectives of this panel is to talk about, collaboration between China and, the Arab nations. And obviously, I think there are a lot of best practices to look at from China, given that, we're looking at China being one of the top 3 largest economies when it comes to going digital and investing in AI, right, globally. Could you give us a bit of a perspective on what kind of best practices we could have coming in from China?
Me?
Yeah, well, you or perspectives from the others on that?
Okay, all right. Because to prepare this panel, I asked my colleagues made some research about some numbers.
Sure.
Maybe first I can share. So from the source from MIIT, from China Ministry of Information and Technology, last year, 2022, the digital economy already contributes 45 trillion RMB and equals to 40% of the GDP. So digital economy already became one of the most important, or maybe the most important economic drivers for China. Then when we look about how this happens, I think for Chinese government, since quite many years ago, every 5 years, there is a 5 years planning. And digital has been put in a very high priority. So start from the regulations, as I mentioned in the beginning, very pro-innovation approach, the regulations. That's why there are so many innovations, so many companies has been really grown so fast in the past decade. Point number 2, also the government, central government, give a lot of very attractive, friendly policy, even financial incentives to encourage the industries to really build, I have to say, maybe the best ICT infrastructure in the past 10 years. I still remember back to 2012, I was in Europe. At that time, in China just started 3G, but Europe already, we're talking about the 4G. As it today, China has the biggest 5G network, much, much bigger than anywhere else. This is about digital infrastructure. If I'm not wrong, I think China already has about 10 million base stations. We're talking about 100 billion IoT connectivities as it today. So, and also for data center, because George mentioned about computing power. China built really 8 national-wide data centers in order to support the computing, which is essential also for data analyzing and data processing. So with these 2 approaches, I think give China have the capability to start from lag behind, now lead in this domain. So I think another thing, if I'm not wrong, when I was in university, I started computing science technology. As of today, there are more than 200 universities, Chinese universities, they have AI and computing science technology subject. This contributes, give a lot of support in ICT talents and also AI talents. However, still a huge shortage. The report says in China still we have about 5 million talents still in a shortage, which this is also, I think, refers to Kingdom or Middle East countries. This is also a challenge when we're talking about AI, especially AI. So I think those could be something which we can share, and also we can learn from China, from the regulations, pro-innovation, and from the encourage the industry to really build the ICT infrastructure from connectivity, but also computing power, and meanwhile the education.
Interesting. And Your Excellency, do you want to maybe talk a bit about that? We're talking about an emerging bunch of economies here. Are there any learnings that you want to highlight? I think Tony, although I may have caught him by surprise with that question, but he addressed it quite well. He's highlighted skills development, incentives, government support. Anything else you want to maybe highlight as learnings for the Arab nations?
Yeah, I think what is important is we have mentioned that training in these areas and building up capabilities is key, because if you don't have the brightest people in it, you will not be successful. If you have the brightest people, you will be successful. That's a key factor. And that's happening. So I see this here, and I see this in all the countries which are successful in this area. Another one is, of course, make it not just the topic of the large, big international companies. At the moment, we have a lot of big players in the market, from China, from US, and not so much from Europe in the B2C, more in the B2B area. So this seems to be the place where Europe is positioning itself. But don't forget about the SME, because SME makes up a huge number of the economic GDP in most of the countries. In Austria alone, it's 98.8% of GDP is generated by small companies. And you need those to change the rules of the game. And you need them in the digital economy as well as in traditional businesses. And this is very important. To make this, help those companies, give them the room in regulatory sandboxes to develop and then to grow rapidly. Because all the digital companies we see now, mainly the international ones, they have once started as a small idea as an SME in a garage or somewhere. So we need to keep this and not only concentrate on the large international, but also the smaller ones. And this is the role of a regulator, to make sure that they can also thrive. But also wanted to mention something about when we're talking about this digital transformation, maybe we'll talk about it later also, is this sustainability topic. So in my view, there is no sustainability and no solution of all the big challenges of this mankind, be it in water, in air pollution and so on, without digital and without AI. Okay. So this is the key to opening the box where all these problems are in and to solve them. And this is, AI will help us tremendously in this. Figure out why the water is polluted, how do we do with CO2, or also pandemic situations as we had with COVID. BioNTech could only invent a vaccine that quickly because they have been using digital and AI solutions over years. Yeah. And I think in each of the cases it is needed.
Interesting. And I think you've very intuitively jumped to, I think, a key part I wanted to also bring up from this panel. I think the audience should benefit by listening to the benefits that AI can bring, and more so what we're seeing in real life, implementations, right? George, of course, you mentioned briefly about a tie-up here with BIF and, bringing models to applications. Could you talk a bit about what we're seeing as benefits and applications?
Yeah, so, in Chinese, there's a saying that, 落地, so means that if you have a AI, how do you get that project executed and realize the project, right? So real practical applications. So we've been lucky in the kingdom. We have some good partners like PIF and other clients in the kingdom. So smart city is one of them. It's something that you can obviously, besides doing using CCTV connected to data analytics, besides surveillance and security, but there's a lot of things you can add on to smart services like smart parking, smart building, connects everything to use the AI platform that can connect to all the IoTs, saving energies, those projects. They are real projects that in the kingdom through different cities, they are executing those type of projects. Pollution, looking at the waste management, on the road detection, detecting the roads, which roads are bad, then they analyze the data and forecast and send out the maintenance people to fix the roads. Education sector too, use AI to train the teachers in the kingdom. Last year we did a project with Mohiba, which is an organization for gifted students, and where they compete at a global level for Olympics. So many of these type of projects are already underway in the kingdom and in the rest of the region as well, right? For even, like I said earlier, I think the biggest thing that I like to do, and Sunstein wants to do with the partners, ecosystem partners, is how do you get the cost of developing these AI applications lower, and so the small enterprises could be using those AI applications, not depending on the really expensive AI scientists. So that's where the large model, all that stuff. One of the projects we're talking about now, working on, is pizza store. How do you count the pizza and make sure the quality of the pizza, hygiene of the kitchen is good? Those are very long tail problem, what we're calling AI. It's a very, it's a problem nobody wants to solve, because to solve it costs a lot of money. But how do you get in? So those are the projects we're doing. Realistic project, practical, can bring benefits to many people people's life, the regular people's life. That's very important.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for that. And I think I again heard a few panelists talk about, of course, all of this centering around data, right? Tony, coming to you again on question, because this is something I've heard a lot from people all the time. What is the sanctity of our data? How about data protection? How about cybersecurity? I think even Saudi's strategy that has come out on artificial intelligence and on data covers that to some extent. Could you share a bit about how resilient that part of the value chain is?
Well, I think Madam also mentioned about from the intention perspective. Of course, we want to have the development, but also we want to be safe and secured. However, when you're talking about the regulation, when you're talking about policy, it's very necessary to take this balance, not over-regulated. Imagine that always have been constantly sharing one story like Uncle said about traffic law. Imagine that if in the beginning we say for the car, you cannot overspeed 20 kilometers per hour, I think the car industry will not happen, right? So this is the first thing I think we have to manage the intention. Intention is to keep balance, and also the intention is to keep necessity and the scope. So when we talk about in realities, which we're always saying to have, let's say, the principle for these regulations, like common approach, common standards, and to have the shared responsibility.
It's not just a one body responsibility. Madam also mentioned about non-exclusivity. Inclusivity, actually, it may help. And to build the standards, that's how the whole ecosystems, from the policymakers, industries, even the associations, vendors, all the participants should contribute to make the policies be neutral, inclusive, but also standard-based. I think this will be generation by generation. This will make the whole industry more healthy. Development, but more healthy. Instead of just, sometimes it's too harsh, saying that, okay, I cannot do this, you cannot do that, make it very narrow. I think this will not be the right approach. Which I think, another point also, I think for, especially now for the industries, it's for the companies, it's also very important to build self-governance, security and data privacy and security, cybersecurity governance model, which is also very essential for our industry. Yeah.
Interesting. So basically the message is we're seeing benefits, we're seeing a lot already being done in place to kind of make sure things stay secure. So there's a lot of assurances already flowing in. I know we're almost on top of the hour. What I would want to do is, each of you brought in a lot of individual expertise onto this panel, and I'd just really appreciate if I can have, let's say a closing statement or a final takeaway, for the benefit of the audience. Patrick, can we start with you?
Yes, I think the title for the conference is China Arab Business Conference. Essentially, what would be the best form of collaboration between China, for example, and Arab countries? And by the way, to take a step back, when we think about the world, people tend to see it as a two-dimensional map. So they see Austria is a country, USA is a country, Saudi is a country, and China is a country, and flat. But I see the world as a three-dimensional world. In a way, there is something called nestedness or clusters of strengths. And when you look at that way, then you realize, for example, a lot of software innovations are coming out of the US. And a lot of sort of manufacturing, for example, the expertise are coming out of China. So that's why today you see Chinese companies are incredibly competitive in many areas, such as renewables, electric vehicles, and robotics, and things, and so on and so forth. So I think for the Arab countries, it's very, very important to build a very diverse economies. So bring the best from different parts of the world and trying to come and collaborate. I think certainly, my friends sitting on this panel, they represent companies with their own strengths. So and back to the large language model, it's still the same thing. You have to have a lot of data, a lot of very diverse data running through your system. That's how you actually have something really, really interesting. So I think the beauty about the Chinese economy and the US economy for a while is just large. There are just so many kind of economic activities, very sophisticated. They're like in collision every day. And that's where it's the fertile ground for innovations. And so I think it's very, very important and for Arab countries to build a very diverse base, robust economies to start with. Then all of a sudden you have talents, and talents want to be here because with very robust exchanges, you come up with really, really interesting innovations. Not arbitrage, innovations are surprise.
Thank you on that, I appreciate it. Tony, just going in the same sequence, maybe any key takeaways that you want to summarize briefly?
I think just one sentence. Let's keep since we are talking about innovation, we are talking about digital, we are talking about AI. So just one sentence. Let's keep the openness, keep always with the passion, and let's welcome this evolution. No matter you like it, you don't like it, I think it will come. So let's keep the open and keep the passion to welcome it.
That's very positive. Thank you so much for that. Over to you.
Okay, so I think we talked about the digital economy. I will stay on that topic on digital economy. Yeah. I think the digital economy, we talked about prerequisite, all that. So I think in most of the nations in the Arabic region it's all there. The prerequisite is getting there. So I think then we talked about AI. I think AI, the one thing I think I want to just remind all the audience and everybody is I think the time's here now, because with the large model, everything, the people is able to develop those algorithm model much faster, time to market, and cheaper as well. So I think the adaptation of applications using AI is now. So I think we just gotta work all together to use AI in the right way and enhance the life better for the humanity.
Sure, and I think that's music to your ears for everyone when you know that you're talking about an opportunity which is at the right time, right? It's good. And back to you, Your Excellency, for final words.
Yes, I think I can only confirm what you have all said. It's the most exciting time, most probably, you can live in. Often you don't know, when you're living in such a time, you do not know that this was the starting point of something very different and can be very good for all mankind. And very concretely, I've met so many business people in Saudi. I've met many politicians and decision makers in the government areas, but I want to draw the attention to the business people in Saudi with a lot of passion and a lot of eagerness to change their business models. And I think this is now time to execute. Will everything work in the first run? No. Will we know exactly what in each case is going to be successful? No, but we have to do it now, and it's now time to execute and use all the opportunities and the knowledge which is here and in the world to change the business models to be even more successful and, as we say, productive.
Excellent. Well, thank you. I know our time is up, and I'm looking at this panel, and I know we could probably sit and converse on this for another couple of hours, but I don't think we'll have that opportunity. I'll thank each one of you. I'm not sure if there is time for audience questions, or probably the organizers could talk about that. But I just want to thank everyone. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bagrava, for moderating this session, and many thanks to our speakers as well for this session. As it has been said, indeed, it is time to execute. And what better way to execute than learn from history? As they say, the best lessons are learned from history. So our next speaker, our very special guest for today, will be telling us a little bit of a background about collaboration for prosperity. So please do put your hands together for Her Excellency, Dilma Rousseff, President at New Development Bank.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my compliments to His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for such an important event. I would also like to extend my greetings to His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saudi, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Your Excellency Khalid Al Falid, Minister of Investment. Your Excellency Ahmed Abdul Gate, General Secretary, League of Arab States. Your Excellency Hu Chunhua, Vice Chairman of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference National Committee. Distinguished participants government officials, representatives from the Chinese and Arab private sector, academia, other partners, and media. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to address the 10th Arab-China Business Conference. The theme of collaborating for prosperity appropriately captures the more than 2,000 years of commercial and cultural exchange between China and Arab states. The cooperation along the Silk Road has witnessed the birth and development of two great civilizations, Chinese and Arab, which have achieved significant world accomplishments and have interacted and inspired each other across the Middle East and the Asia continent. The world economy is currently facing great uncertainty due to high inflation, monetary policies leading to rise interest rates, bank failures, and increased risk of recession in developed countries. This has intensified the volatility of currency and capital markets. Developing countries in general are bearing the severe consequence of these policies and the crumbling world governance system. To address this situation, we need to continue building a multipolar world where global forces are balanced. We must deepen the movement of globalization by establishing specific regional trade pillars, which will contribute to creating a new global economic order where developing and emerging economies have a strong and influential voice. The emerging economies account for more than 50% of the global GDP in terms of purchasing power parity and will continue to grow in importance. The Arab world, as an important member of the developing world, possesses diverse resources and has achieved remarkable development, demonstrate enormous potential. When we look back for centuries, the Arab world has been a very important region, not only in terms of international trade, but also in science, technology, and innovation. Looking to the future, the fourth industrial revolution offers great challenges and opportunities for the Arab countries and also for all emerging countries to deepen their reindustrialization strategies and implement modern industrial and innovation policies that are an integral part of the national development strategies. Let's take some examples such as Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 and National Policy for Science, Technology and Innovation. The Bahrain National Research Strategy 2014-2024. Egypt Industrial Development Strategy 2050. United Arab Emirates, the UAE 2030. And Arab Strategy for Science, Technology and Innovation, to mention some. Distinguished guests, it is important for building a more prosperous and cooperative world that countries establish diplomatic relations based on mutual understanding, mutual respect, no interference in internal affairs, and support for each other in safeguarding sovereignty, international fairness, justice, mutual assistance, and solidarity. An important step towards reshaping the global economy and reducing dependency on a single currency is the initiative of China buying oil from Saudi Arabia in Chinese yuan and exploring alternatives means of settlement such as gold. This move towards multi-currency world and contribute to a more balanced and multipolar financial landscape, reducing vulnerability to fluctuations, enhancing stability, and expanding the international reach of local currencies. Actually, a new and important market of energy is fast growing and creates new bases of a multipolar world. China and Saudi Arabia have the potential to rewrite the rules of the global energy market, leading the way in diversifying currencies and embracing new models of economic collaboration. This partnership can also inspire the Global South to expand the intra- and extra-regional trading, offering great possibilities to countries that we are marginalized by the traditional international financial system. However, it is important to acknowledge that use of local currencies, it is a long, gradual, and complex process. It requires cooperation among countries, financial institutions, and collaborative policies and organizations, such as the Belt and Road Initiative, the New Development Bank, and the Islamic Development Bank, to give a few examples. Then the NDB is the first development bank created by emerging economies for emerging economies. Recently, two important countries from the Arab world, UAE and Egypt, became NDB members, and we hope that they are the first of many others to come. The NDB's primary goal is to promote sustainable, inclusive economic growth by financing infrastructure and sustainable projects. We believe that the best way to achieve this is by working together with our partners, shaping a new era of global prosperity that is characterized by innovation, resource mobilization, and deepening partnership, expanding regional and intra-regional trade, and raise funds in local currencies for our member states are a priority for the bank. The bank is ready to join hands with multilateral development banks and other partners to work together to address challenges of the Global South and in the Global South, provide sufficient resources to finance logistic, social, and digital infrastructure. In addition, we are focusing to finance all the actions contributing to projects that are essential to the fulfillment of the national climate goals that each country assumed in the Paris Accord. The NDB emerged as a true cooperation platform of developing countries and emerging markets. It is an instrument to face new and historic challenges, as well as a tool for the countries working collectively to create a more prosperous, equitable, and a multilateral world order. Thank you very much. May the cooperation between the Arab world and China continue to thrive for the benefit of the world at large. Thank you again.
Many thanks, Your Excellency. Yes, please, go ahead, yes. Many thanks. Let's hear it for Her Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now for the last session for today, but we're not quite done yet, so stay tuned. The next session will be talking about financial sector powering the Arab-China business growth. They will be discussing and highlighting the role of China and its financial markets and its significance perhaps to to the Arab markets and vice versa, of course. And they will be talking about financial systems in general and its importance for investments, naturally. So to that, please put your hands together for the moderator for this session, Mr. Eugene Tang.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. 下午好 and good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us till the final session of this great conference. My name is Eugene Tang. I am the managing editor of South China Morning Post. Great to be here, and we are here today with three of the representatives of arguably the most important financial institutions in China. If you want to talk about investments and doing deals with China, these three people you can't get away from. So to kick off a bit of a discussion into our panel, I'd like to start, if I may, with a bit of a general sort of a big picture discussion. And we will be conducting today's discussion in a combination of English and Chinese, so please turn to your translation devices to listen to some of the replies in Chinese. Now, let's kick off with a very broad question. What is the role of traditional banks in powering business growth, especially when it comes to disruptions between traditional brick and mortar banking and fintech? Can I invite Ms. Wang Yan in the middle from China Investment Corp, if possible, to give us a few brief remarks on that?
Sure. Would you like me to speak in Chinese or in English?
Please, whatever.
I think as a Commonwealth Farmer of China, probably I can start in Chinese. That might be my privilege to do so. 中投呢是这个目前是全球最大的主权财富基金。
The Chinese Investor Bank is one of the biggest sovereign fund in China.
我们也看到了这个全球。
We have experienced 15 years of international change, and then also experienced the trading economic exchange, the China investment China.
可持续性的发展。您刚才提到了一个问题。
So you mentioned one question is that. We feel that right now the whole economy is under great pressure from America and Europe because of the high inflation and the high risk interest rate, and many investors also got a lot of profit from this part, and then we see that there are a lot of pressure for the companies because of the pandemic. We see that the pressure on the global supply chain, and then we see that we have also main factors, for example, fintech and AI have helped our economy. We see that for the startup and major, middle and small companies got a lot of support from fintech so that they can get some businesses which the traditional bank cannot cover. So the whole banking system is getting more and more efficient to cover more people and then provide more support. So from the point of view of a bank, we see that from the financial system, we are welcoming actually to use technology to enable the whole financial society to bring more advancement to our society. And we believe that under the movement of the fintech, we see improvement. I experienced in last days that in Middle East, that in fintech areas, especially in Middle East and the new economic development in Saudi Arabia, this fintech has more active roles to there. So we wish that we will have more potential entrepreneurs together in Middle East to move this together. Thank you very much.
I want to take this conversation slightly towards Hong Kong, where Ms. Lee and Mr. Chan are both based. Now, for a lot of members of the audience who may not be familiar, Hong Kong is China's biggest offshore financial center. It plays a vital role in connecting mainland China's financial sector with the rest of the world. Now, there have been a number of reforms in the past 4 decades to enhance the international connectivity of Hong Kong with the rest of the world. And I would like to invite Ms. Lee, who is the Chief Executive Officer of BOCI, the investment bank unit of China's largest overseas bank, Bank of China, to talk about some of the reforms that have taken place in Hong Kong in the last couple of years. Can you please give us a few points?
Thank you. 非常高兴又这次要见到阿拉伯的。
I'm very happy to see many old friends in Arabic countries.
这次呢
This time, I participate this conference. This is not my first time, but I'm very happy to come back here again. Eugene mentioned this topic about Hong Kong, and then people are very familiar with Hong Kong, which is the international financial center. Hong Kong is experiencing great change right now, and Hong Kong is a bridge between China and the world. And in China, we see a great advancement and development in economy, and more than half of the finances through Hong Kong to pull into the mainland China. After the rapid development in mainland China, there is more than 1,000 excellent entrepreneurs. They get published in Hong Kong. And then this process brought a result, which is all the international investors can have the ability to invest in Hong Kong's stock market to participate in China's economic development. So we have experienced global cooperation together. This is a very typical global example. When we speak of Hong Kong, we see that in the last years, in the connectivity areas, we have experienced a lot of change. For example, in the very beginning, we have a QFII, and then we have this 股票通 the stocking through, and then all this kind of connectivities will expand the connecting mechanism, and this is a big the big Bay Area, we will see more this kind of connectivities in financial market. We see that in Hong Kong's reform in financial part, especially in 2008, we have a lot of changes for the more friendly changes for companies to get published in Hong Kong. After these changes, I can give you a number. Last year, Hong Kong was the second biggest global financing center for bio areas. And this year we initiated 18C public regulations. That means that in future the Hong Kong capital market will be more friendly to the new innovative companies. And this is the new trend of the change in Hong Kong. we also see that the capital market in Hong Kong has a lot of values for the Arabic countries to participate in. We see from the point of view of dividends, we have a lot of blue chips, and then we have almost 8% dividend yearly. I see that we have more than 6% dividend. This is very competitive during the whole global comparison, and then there's a low risk. So for the distribution of capital in Arabic countries, this is the ideal part. This is my introduction for Hong Kong. We can talk more about that. Thank you.
I am going to enlist you to do a bit of plug for Hong Kong. I'm going to be unashamed about it. Put a few facts on the table. Hong Kong has one of the largest financial markets in Asia, the fourth largest in the world capital market in terms of debt and liquidity pool as of the last count. There have been a number of reforms to allow international funds to access mainland China via Hong Kong, as Ms. Lee has pointed out earlier. Especially one recent move, and I want to get your take on this, on how significant this is. Starting this year, companies that are listed on the Hong Kong Exchange can quote their issues in Hong Kong dollar and the renminbi in yuan. So for people who are not familiar, what is the big deal of this move? Is it a big deal?
I think so. Thank you, Eugene, for having me for this question. Before I answer your question, maybe I can jump a little bit as to why the Hong Kong market will be relevant to many of our friends here in Saudi. I have been traveling here in the last 2 years after COVID. My experiences here is that people are very interested about China. And so as Chinese are also very interested in this part of the world. But honestly speaking, investors here or corporate here are not that familiar with China, and vice versa. So what Hong Kong being an international financial center for the region as well for China is a very good connection for these two parts of the area. Ms. Lee just mentioned about this the Stock Connect program, and I think that those investors in this region, it may seem to be a big move to go into mainland China directly because the language is different, because of currency, restriction, etc. But Hong Kong really is a place that you can consider. It practices common law. It don't have any foreign exchange restriction. So investing in the Hong Kong market can, in fact, through the Stock Connect program, you can also invest in the mainland Chinese stock, which means that you'll be able to enjoy both the Hong Kong listed stock growth opportunity as well as those in Shanghai or Shenzhen. And why investing in Chinese stocks is relevant? I may take CICC as an example. We formed in 1995 with a registered capital of $100 million. 78 years later, just shortly before we were listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, our market capitalization raised to $3 billion, which means that in a period of about 70 years, a company like us have grown by 30 times. So I do believe that, and we found that there are quite a lot of this kind of opportunity in China. This is why we are here to tell you that this is a place for the investment. And you mentioned about this RMB counter. Yes, in the past, those stocks traded in Hong Kong can only be traded in Hong Kong dollars. The fact that now it can also be traded in RMB would be a step going forward. Those RMB in mainland China eventually will be able to enhance the liquidity in Hong Kong's market. So that also means that the Hong Kong market will not just enjoy the benefit of those Chinese growth story, but also the liquidity of the Chinese market, which is huge, is the most biggest in the world.
Right.
Thank you.
So if I can just supplement what you just said. So what it means is basically if you have a company, A, listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, you used to be able to raise capital in Hong Kong dollars. So now you have the option of raising capital in RMB. And what that is important, why that is important is because mainland China's investors can access that stock in RMB very conveniently without having to have different accounts. So that means, in other words, it's a way of welcoming mainland Chinese capital into Hong Kong.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Right. Fantastic opportunity. What other opportunity do you see out there from Hong Kong's, or rather mainland China's financial reforms vis-a-vis Hong Kong? Apart from stocks, bonds, and other financial instruments?
I think maybe I can go back to your first question about all this fintech.
Sure.
In fact, it's a big trend. If you have a chance to go to China, you probably notice that in China you don't have, and in fact you shouldn't carry cash with you, because all this payment, even if you go to taxi or a small shop on the street, you pay by your phone. So it's all about fintech. And this has also been pushing those so-called a combination or collaboration between the traditional banking and the fintech. Like, I can see that 3 areas you will probably notice that. First is that the traditional bank has been more and more embraced into this technology. And they're investing more and more money in technology. Just call you one example for Bank of Communication, one of the largest banks in China. They have about more than 5% of their income invested in technology, which is significant numbers. And I think the second thing is that the development has also led to this tech or fintech is trying to serve the real economy. And another example for you is like Postal Savings Bank, another very significant bank in China, is that they have their application to the SME, not just for the biggest company, for them, allow them to apply the loans on the application. And one more example for you to notice is that this development, in fact, has also pushed the traditional bank to develop their technology in-house. They form some of their subsidiaries focusing in financial fintech, and this fintech, like ICBC, they have their fintech subsidiaries. And they develop all these like risk management, anti-money laundering system to help the smaller bank in China. So what I see is that the development is, on one hand, is go together with the use of technology. But on the other hand, you may have noticed that there's also a much better risk management overall in terms of the banking or financial system in China. So I may have to say that, again, you may take it as advertisement, but I have to say that the banking or financial system in China, in fact, has been improving and to be more safe and possibly one of the safest in the world. So money invested in China, I think it should be, apart from the growth story that I have mentioned, but also in terms of the system, it's already very safe without any or with limited or minimal systematic risk. Thank you.
And also in terms of fintech experiments, doesn't stop where you've just said.
那在于这个fintech 方面的，香港、内地、中国内地、泰国 ，Ambridge， 那他们呢都有一些Ambridge 这样的项目。然后让央行的这样数字工具、数字这个货币能够应用。那刘女士，您刚才已经想要再继续讲一下吗？
讲一下就是我思考了一下，就是阿拉伯和。
I just think about the cooperation between Arab countries and China, and I feel like that in the many years, Arabic country and China, they have their own competitive advantages, and then the cooperation is getting closer and closer, which is based on these advantages we accumulated during the history in the Arabic country regions and then China, and then we see a closer regional cooperation. For example, in trade trade in these few days. We already see the representatives here already shared many trading numbers with me, like the growth is like 10 times more in this years. This is already a result of China's competitive advantage because we have the most complete industrial system in China and also a strong manufacturer in China. So what China exports to Arabic countries are almost the industrial products like electronic products and infrastructure materials. And for Arabic countries, they are rich in historical and natural resources and also export these resources to China. So China and Arabic countries have a very smooth trade record. And then this trade is a win-win for both sides. And we see that the trading cooperation between China and Arabic countries are getting closer and closer. Second, for investment, we see that Arabic countries have a rich financial resources which they can use to put into the Chinese market for the better quality projects in China. And then in one side to stimulate the Chinese economy, and at the same time also it's very meaningful for Arabic countries in terms of capital distribution, redistribution, and it's also for the health of the high quality development. And then we also see they got very good financial profits back for that. We see that for some industries in Arabic countries which have a lot of technology elements inside it, they participated the Chinese development. Let's see China this year from the World Bank. We see economic growth of 5.6. And among the big economies around the world, this growth in China is also very fast. And then this is a very good market. And then for such a big market in China, and then with a peaceful development environment. And also, when we consider that China is has a very strong base in manufacturing part, logistics and infrastructure are very good in quality. And then China has China also have more room to develop because we have the urbanization in China. Right now, the urbanization rate is only 65%. Our goal is 80%. So between 65% to 80%, we still have this potential. For the next 15 years, we will get maybe 70 to 80% urbanization. That means there will be more than 10 million new people who will go to the cities. And then the new urban residents in cities will be more than 10 million people. Just imagine how big potential is that. It's for city building and medical education. There's a huge demand. So this is a very good investment destination. We already mentioned that China is already the biggest trading partner for Arabic countries. It's vice versa. And then China is also a very good investment destination for Arabic countries. Okay, let's see. We already have the trade and trading. And then let's see finance. Financing has a nature to support the trade economy. And then when we have good cooperation in economic and then trade, we will, of course, deepen the cooperation for financial department. For example, we will establish on both sides of the financial institutions. For example, we have the biggest public listed country, Saudi Arabia, and then where I work, the bank is the only bank who participated in this biggest IPO of humankind history. This is already a very good success in financial cooperation. This is a very good example for Arabic countries and China's cooperation. And besides that, we also issued a lot of bonds for Arabic countries and international mergers. the Arabic countries also invested in Chinese projects, and our bank already helped Arabic countries to operate these projects in China. These are concrete examples. My shareholder, the Bank of China, they have in 6 Arabic countries have their offices. And this year, in the second half of this year, the Bank of China will have this sub-branch in Saudi Arabia to better upgrade, to help the high-quality companies in Saudi Arabia in financial areas to facilitate the economic and trade cooperation between our two countries. I also see, besides that, Arabic countries also have a lot of potential for us. For example, I travel a lot to Saudi Arabia. I fall in love with Saudi Arabia. I think the Arabic countries in the last years, they are moving the economic transition and economic changes. It is very interesting and draw a lot of attention, especially in Saudi Arabia. You have the 2030 vision. And then for 2030 vision, under this vision, we see the implementation steadily of several projects. And then in this respect, it's almost the same as what China initiated, a high-quality development. So I see that the cooperation between all the sectors between our two countries will be deepened in future. So in financial areas, I will see how to say it, we will have mutual beneficial and healthy development. And in future, we will also have more common global activities and together.
谢谢。谢谢李总。王总。
This year, October, Bank of China will open its sub-branch in Saudi Arabia. And China Investment Bank is the biggest sovereign bond in China. And then for your country, for the China investment, do you have any intentions to help your investment companies to invest? Yes, the Chinese Investment Bank get $1.2 trillion, but our growth is going together with our global cooperators and partners. And from the first day of our establishment, we are based on the market principle and do investment globally. Every year, we will initiate our yearly report, which is most open-minded and transparent. And then during our report, we give the information to all the regulatory status and partners about the newly updates and investment structures to show them the information. So your question is that in the last 15 years, we have already done this with responsibility during the last 50 years. Currently, we see that investment in bond and direct investment, in this perspective, we have more than 8,000 companies. We already done investment there. For all these companies, most of their revenues are from international part. During this market situation, China is very important. Besides U.S., Asia Pacific, and also Europe, and we see that China plays a very important role in Asia Pacific market. And then it has a big attraction for all the business models and products. And then China, and of course, because of the cultural differences and then the not familiarity with the regulatories, and then these are also some challenges. And from our point of view, we also done a lot to address these problems. I wish that for a sovereign fund, we will build a cross-culture, cross-sectors bridge for every partner. And then for this, for the investors, this we have a very clear analysis in this part, and we will also give the headhunters this very detailed market analysis before. So before our partner they go into the Chinese market, they already get a lot of information, detailed information about the market. Of course, most important is talent management for the Chinese investment. The whole system we will bring a C-level recruitment and also the implementation and the localization of employees, and then to bring all the whole Chinese development strategy together. We see that when we move forward the Chinese development strategy, we will build centers in Asian Pacific and then to do the Asian Pacific business. But this is not the ideal way to do business. Normally, we will let the employees, they will have their own offices, or maybe they establish, they have some mergers in China, or have another form of communication, cooperation with the Chinese companies. Most important is to have a high efficiency in decision making. And in the end, how could we bring the product, the technology nearer to Chinese market, to the customers in China? We see that in the past years, even in the worst time during the pandemic time, the investment, the China investment also saw a rapid development of international investment in China. For example, in health care and also medical equipment companies in Europe, in Germany, we see that we have high quality companies. And these companies are all small SME. They entered China from 0 to 1 to 10. So they experience a very high speed development there. During our investment bank, through our help, we helped this international corporate and partners to bring these partners more than 10 times the growth in Chinese market. And we also helped them to coordinate with the regulators, for example, in food sectors and also medical and pharmaceutical sectors. We also built some standards for them to facilitate the entering of the global small and medium enterprises to enter to China. We see that the Chinese consumer markets and also supply chains are very high efficiency, and during the process to accompany the growth, and then we see that maybe their income in China will be more than 20%. So in this way, we can really make the globalization feasible. So for GCC and the Middle East, we also see that the 2030 vision in Saudi Arabia has brought a lot of economic impetus in Middle East. And then we see for technology, digitalization, manufacturing, and medical and business services, it doesn't matter if the GCC countries or Saudi Arabia, they already have the synchronized development. We also see the small and medium enterprises are participating in this. Actually, the Chinese business model and also combined with the CGG and the Saudi Arabia companies together, we will bring more energy to the market. And then for infrastructure investment from our company, we also see in other general industries that we are doing intensive evaluations with our local partners. This is also my the main reason for me to visit Saudi Arabia here. I saw a lot of good investment opportunities, many excellent entrepreneurs here. I want to emphasize that we have a very deep impression in Saudi Arabia that the enterprises in Saudi Arabia, they really have this, the quality of the entrepreneurship is very high. And this is the most important driver for the new economy in future. So in China, we see the same high quality entrepreneurship and then this is also the basis to support the whole industrial development. And this also boosts our confidence to invest in GCC countries. And then we will have more investment, of course, here in local partners. And we also see that in Saudi Arabia, there's a demand ground to align with our Chinese market. I received a lot of requests from Saudi Arabia companies that they want to visit China to travel and then to evaluate the market. So I think it doesn't matter which industries from our bank, we will bring more effort to these areas. So in the second half of this year, your company, China Investment Fund and Saudi Arabia will have more fruit, right? Yes, we wish that. We wish we will have more fruits, and we already have good communication with many investment institutions and companies. We hope to get more help. Thank you. Gary, so
throw you a challenge. We've talked a lot about opportunities. So for the benefit of the audience, over the next few years, let's say the short term, what are some of the low-hanging fruits in terms of opportunities for them to harvest?
I may have to disappoint you because we always looking for long terms.
Okay, let's go long, medium.
But I would have to say that we're still very confident. The confidence is not something that we're coming from nowhere. It all comes from what we have seen before or the experiences that we have in China. My first visit in Saudi is 2016. And then my second visit was last year. You friends in Saudi here, you probably agree with me that the shock that I experienced last year. And similarly, if my friends say in Saudi, you haven't been to China, if tomorrow you go to China, you won't be shocked because this is just a modern city, Shanghai, Shenzhen. But if you have been in China like 30 years ago or even 20 years ago, you will be equally shocked as I did last year in Riyadh because the changes were so fast. And the opportunity exactly came from those changes. And in the last couple of visits that I had here last year, this year, I have been told that there will be transformation, economic transformation. Yesterday, our Minister of Investment, he told us that not just for the energy transformation, there will be also some other thing, including consumption, technology, medicine, healthcare, tourism, etc. So what I'm expecting that there will be changes in this area as well. So if the changes happen in China has brought us very significant financial return and also upgrade of living, I'm sure that that also will happen here. And my advice to my friends is that the speed of changes in Saudi will happen in a pace that much faster than any one of us would expect. So be prepared. So-called the low-hanging fruit, I think the minister yesterday, His Excellency, has given us some hints. Energy, technology, biomedicine, healthcare, I think that is also something we should look into. And by the way, I just want to share with you a dream that I have last night. You remember that on the first day of this conference yesterday, the plenary session, I think one of the speakers mentioned about Zheng He. Many years ago, he sailed from China with his sailor, from China to this part of the world. And it was a fleet, which means that there must be more than one ship.
It was an entire armada, a fleet.
Yeah, and my dreams told me that there were at least 4 ships. The first one, come and call relationship. He come here to build all this relationship between China and this part of the region and Saudi Arabia. And then the second ship is called friendship. With all this relationship, we build the friendship. We become friends. And friendship is not just good enough. So it comes the first ship. What is it? It is partnership. We become partner. You make money, we make money. We grow together. And that's not good enough too. And the fourth ship, possibly not the last one, but that's the end of my dream. Fourth ship is called kinship. We all a family. So we're really looking forward to have this opportunity in this era to have our relationship turn into friendship, partnership, and become a family, have all these great kinships. Thank you.
Interesting dream you had. What about the long? So that's the low-hanging fruit. What about the longer term? In the very longer term, very much longer term, what are the opportunities and what are the dangers? What are the dangers also between Saudi Arabia and China in terms of financial investments? What should investors watch out for? Anybody want to take that? Quick question? Please.
I think as a foreign investor, as an overseas investor, the most important thing is transparency and the continuity and sustainability of the regulatory region, which I think is the most critical thing for the long-term investor, because I need to have a predictable future and then can do my model, my valuation of all the assets. Besides, I think keep the whole environmental being very safe and peace. That would be the most attractiveness for long-term investor.
Peace and stability.
Yes,
right.
That's the most critical thing. But I think I saw the spirit of entrepreneurship. I saw the takeoff of the economy and also the vision, give us the long-term kind of vision of what will be the future of the country. That's encouraging, and I think that will encourage all the international investors to come into the country and stay with the company for the future growth.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So, in the remaining time of the panel, I would like to ask our panel speakers to give us a sort of a takeaway of what you have learned from this two-day conference. Ms. Lee, you are a long-time seasoned friend of the Arab-China Business Conference. You've attended it many times. What strikes you most about this event, and what is your takeaway from these 2 days?
我是这次感觉到哈
I really feel like that this time the Arabic countries have China, they have a very highly complementary nature. And then we have already formed a very stable and firm cooperation. So I felt this very impressively, very deeply, and also I feel that the friendship enjoys a long history. So from my personal perspective, we should use the cross-border two platforms, service experiences to bring better services for the cooperation between Arabic countries and China. And for financial department, it's like this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think for me, only like 2 days. Today is the second day I stayed.
This is your first conference?
Yeah, this is my first trip in Riyadh, actually. I think the takeaway from my side is, first of all, is the confidence. The confidence for the future is the 2030 vision, give the confidence not only for the local player, but also the global international player. And second is the collaboration, not just the Sino-Arab countries, but also a collaboration with the global market. No one can isolate themselves. So I think we will continue the collaboration between all the world kind of parties. I think also that is a mission for the Sovereign Wealth Fund. We are quite close with the global world-class Sovereign Wealth Fund, pension fund. They all share the same vision of that. The third point is sustainability, to be a responsible investor. So we do care the sustainability and being environmental friendly. I think that's also the mission for Saudi and China as well. So that's the 3 takeaways from my side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Barry, you are not a stranger to this. You've seen this before. What's your takeaway from these 2 days?
I would again say it's changes. Because the changes is amazing here. Even though in the last 1 year, because after COVID, I came here in June last year, so it's exactly 1 year. So even for that short period of time, I see something changing here, and the changing is to the positive side. Obviously, I have mentioned a lot of these opportunities. People should also, you have just asked the question about what should be worried about, concerned about. Certainly, we shouldn't be over-optimistic. There will be naturally risk and unexpected thing will happen. That is where we have to prepare for those risks coming. And while on one hand, very positive about the changes to happen, but on the other hand, also have to be prepared for anything unexpected changes that may disrupt our plan or the project, etc. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all the time we have. These three people are probably the three most important people in China's financial investment center. So please do reach out to them, exchange name cards, get their contacts, get their WeChat. You'll thank me for that. So thank you very much, our experienced panelists. And I do hope, to paraphrase Barry, that we can build this from relationship to partnership to, relationship to friendship to partnership to kinship. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Eugene, and thanks to our dear panelists for our last session of this day, but we're not quite done yet, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a bit of a surprise for you. We have put together a nice best-of video from these 2 days of the conference, so please do enjoy it. حضورنا الكريم، كانت تلك الجلسة الأخيرة
That was the last session of the day, but our day did not end yet. We prepared a small surprise for you, some of the best moments, some clips from the best moments for the past 2 days of this conference. And please stay with us for the closing remarks and the closing speech of this conference.
Celebrating a partnership that goes from strength to strength.
حضور الكريم، إن اجتماعنا اليوم يعد فرصة للعمل على تعزيز.
Our meeting today will further enhance this historical relationship between China and Saudi Arabia towards a new era of benevolence to all our nations. That will further.
الإعداد الجيد لهذا المؤتمر الهام، وأتمنى أن يخرج بتوصيات وأفكار ومبادرات تعزز التعاون العربي الصيني. شكرا جزيلا.
深化产能和基础设施建设合作，提升贸易、投资、金融等领域的合作水平，助力沙特经济多元化发展，推动中沙全面战略伙伴关系向更高水平迈进。
وسنعمل معها لاغتنام الفرص الكبيرة المتاحة أمامنا، لأننا نؤمن بالتكامل الواسع النطاق بين اقتصاداتنا.
فكرة تشجيع التعاون جنوب جنوب، لأنه في الآخر التجارب التنموية بتختلف من الشرق وغيرها، وبالتالي مجالات عديدة جدا للتعاون.
让更多的企业家来面对面直接的进行交流，让企业、保险、让金融、保险、人才各方面的企业都进来，为企业的合作提供各方面的条件。
إذا تبغى شريك موثوق فيه في العالم، من أفضل الشركاء اللي في العالم جمهورية الصين الشعبية. شريك يعتمد عليه، شريك متمكن، شريك يؤمن.
It is not just money. It is also human flow, people's flow, people's connectivity.
We have to set ourselves in a place where we congregate with China.
There is huge potential for Chinese companies in Saudi Arabia on each level.
I invite all the Chinese investors to come and invest in Saudi Arabia.
Culture is one of the best way and most interested part of where Chinese tourism is going.
China has something to offer in that, through South-South cooperation, through reverse linkage, because they have done very well with their agrarian revolution.
فقدان الأمن الغذائي لا قدر الله يقود إلى فقدان الأمن الاجتماعي، يقود إلى فقدان الأمن بصفة عامة. فعلينا أولا أن نحافظ على الأمن الغذائي.
it's important for us to complement each other as Arab nations and China to complete each other's supply chain.
沙特2030愿景那个完美的契合，而且沙特现在进行一些工业化的这个一些转型这个经济多元化，刚才讲的这个本地化，都给我们提供了很好的一些这个机会。
With opportunities internationally, so that investor base from China can actually take advantage of the opportunities around the world.
If you look at the customs compliance turnaround, with it speeding up and targeting to be under 2 hours, we look at the economic free zones, the logistics infrastructure, and all the investments taking place. This is the market to be in.
We're going to an era, I think China also has a very good experience in that of the 5G, where we will able to perform surgery abroad in remote areas through robotic surgery.
May the cooperation between the Arab world and China continue to thrive for the benefit of the world at large. Thank you again.
آملين أن يخرج اجتماعنا هذا بنتائج موفقة تصب في تعزيز علاقات التعاون العربي الصينية وتحقيق المصالح المشتركة والمنافع المتبادلة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Very beautifully made. وصلنا حضورنا الكريم إلى ختام هذا اليوم.
Come to the conclusion of our conference, but for the closing remarks will be made by Dr. Saada Shahwani, the Deputy Minister of Investment for the Department of Economical Affairs.
For the closing remarks.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, praise be to Allah and peace be upon Prophet Muhammad. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, peace be upon you. In the conclusion of the 10th round of the Chinese Arab Business Conference, on behalf of His Excellency the Minister of Investment, Engineer Khalid Al-Faleh, I'd like to reiterate our thanks and gratitude to His Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, sponsoring this very important event. I'd like also to reiterate to His Highness that the conference did indeed embody, through its discussions and the different diversified sessions and the agreements, memorandum of understanding resulted from this conference, the keenness of our leadership to enhance the Arab-Chinese relationship. Also, it did instill the role of the kingdom as an important linkage, taking into consideration a deeply rooted historical relationship. I would like also to thank you all, speakers and contributors and participants. Your presence and your enthusiasm played a major role in the success of this round and to fulfill all the objectives of this conference. And also our thanks extend to all that provided support to this conference and participated in the organization of this conference. The 2 past days allowed for grand opportunities for the Arab states and the Chinese to meet as business partners and to build new partnerships in a broad settings of important sectors that will help further development of our economies. The presentations and the dialogues and discussions that was made during this conference, in addition to your interaction during the conference, that indeed is a true cohesion that not only include the Arab economies, but also among these economies themselves in partnership with the Chinese economy. And this partnership will not be limited by aspects of economy, natural resources, strategic geographical location, and the presence of development plans that is clear and precise, and that also be extended to the different heritage and culture aspects that will further ensure our success to build a brighter future for us all. Distinguished guests, we are truly proud that this round of the Chinese Arab Business Conference is the biggest as far as the presence, with the participation of more than 3,500 attendees and more than 56 speakers, a program filled with dialogues and discussions filled with enthusiasm, and many field visits that were conducted during this time. And also the signing of agreements, memorandum of understanding, mounting up to more than $10 billion of value, more than 30 transactions in a number of strategic sectors. And despite the importance of these statistics, our pride is not derived from these statistics, but what we truly sensed of a positive energy, enthusiasm, and a true and frank interaction during the workshops and even on the level of individual meetings. Two words we all heard repeated during this conference, words that trust and opportunity. We're also proud of the different vital aspects that will further link the Chinese and Arab parties. That was reflected by the final announcement, the right announcement that included topics of great importance to further enhance the economic and trade partnership, the investment and the finance relationship, and all aspects related to economy between China and the Arab states to further serve our joint efforts and to continue to explore more opportunities of partnership and investment in all aspects of the economy, also the qualitative projects of priority to the two parties, and to continue positively interacting between the two parties, the Chinese and the Arab states, such as energy, the renewable energy, the digital economy, entrepreneurship, and the SMEs project, and also to encourage the specialized companies on both ends to continue to cooperate and collaborate in the fields of 5G, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, the industrial internet network, smart cities, and more. And also the encouragement of R&D institutions will play a great role to achieve the digital transformation, and also the exchange information of the different projects and its legal frameworks and the different investment policies will play a major role, and to further promote and provide the appropriate support and to benefit from the leading Chinese experience in R&D, and also to emphasize the importance of the human capital, unleashing energy of cooperation with China to exchange expertise in building capacities for our workforce, and the cooperation with different industrial entities as the governments emphasize on deepening the role of partnership and to expedite the momentum of cooperation to achieve the stability of the supply chain, and also to work on all the negative impacts of the pandemic and the global financial recession as a priority for the international community, and also to further support the trade system and enhance the bilateral and multilateral cooperation, working closely with the WTO, and also to emphasize the importance of mitigating the carbon emissions as all the Arab states and China were keen to achieve. Leaders from many government entities and private sector understand the future opportunities for both parties that was discussed during this conference, and also the deep sense of trust characterizing the Chinese and the Arab states' relationship to build a thriving future on the long run for their countries and their people. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, the 10th round of the Arab-Chinese Business Conference presented the best that could be given of any economy, both on an individual and collateral basis, to further enhance the spirit of collaboration to build the future with the help of Allah, and then after showing the true spirit of cooperation. So we reiterate our thanks and gratitude to the distinguished audience for the success of this conference, ensuring that we will further deepen the partnership between the Arab states and China, as we're confident that we will see benevolence for us all. We will continue our efforts until we meet again in China in 2025, and peace be upon you.